Okay, so I'm kind of in a weird situation with Shenzhen IO. I haven't played this game before, but I kind of played it for like 10 minutes because somebody put Shenzhen Solitaire on my schedule, which required me to do the like opening puzzle of this game, which took me about 10 to 15 minutes to complete. But we are going to play through the whole game separately from that. So on YouTube, I will put a link in the description to the Shenzhen Solitaire video if you want to see my true blind reaction to like the first 10 minutes of the game. I'm just going to play through it fairly quickly here. I'm going to not linger on the emails or the manual. I know what the game is now. I didn't know what the game is during that Shenzhen Solitaire episode. I had to figure it out. Like, what the fuck is this? It seemed cool though, and I wanted to play more of it. So we'll probably knock out the first puzzle pretty quickly, and then we'll see what we're going to do with regards to the manual. I have it available here in an alternate tab I can swap to while we play, and I have it on another monitor, but I'll try to show you if I'm looking at the manual during play. Also, don't know if the audio balance is too quiet or too loud, but I know there's not a lot of audio in this game, so it's probably not a big deal. The gist of it, I've rewatched the Shenzhen Solitaire VOD. We're a foreign worker who just moved to southern China to work for this tech company. And the starting puzzle is you have to like program a very simple fake surveillance camera. So this button opens up the PDF that I have on the other tab. Control panel looks fine. Then we start with some emails. Some nice folks who work at the company, one of whom is my boss, who isn't very familiar with managing foreign workers. And then they warned me to read the manual. So what I've done for setting up the manual here, I've got two tabs. One has this language reference card, which I imagine is going to be useful to look at all the time. The top of the manual actually recommends printing this out and putting it in a 3-ring binder, which I wouldn't do for streaming, obviously, because I think you'd want to see what I'm looking at in the manual if I'm looking at it. But I can at least quickly tab over to this reference card if it comes up later. At some point during stream, I'm probably going to stop and just read this manual from beginning to end, but I'm going to try to play as much of the game as possible until I hit a point where I feel like I have to read the manual. And then we'll redo this puzzle. So I watched myself solve the puzzle. I watched past me solve the puzzle in that VOD, and I did it kind of stupidly, but I think I get it now. So I'm going to try to like talk through what I'm doing. Open design. Okay. So the gist of it here, the gist of the first puzzle is that you're doing kind of the classic steal somebody else's code to get started situation, since the previous employee coded the first blinking light correctly and then never got around to doing the second blinking light. So I learned that I can connect these guys together by just clicking and drawing, so long as I'm not mid-simulation. And the idea is that I have this verification tab where I can let it run. And this guy is... Basically, I'll try to explain what each of the lines of code is doing. Can I shut off the simulation? Okay. So let's steal his code to start again. I don't know if there's a way for me to directly copy and paste from up here, but it's probably fine. So the idea is that we want this line to start at 0, and then we want it to stay at 0 for some number of time steps. In this case, the original was 6 time steps. Then we want it to jump up to 100, and then have it sit there for some number of time steps, and then repeat, right? So if I just copy the guy's code, it recreates the pattern that's up here, but that's not our target pattern. The target pattern is this pattern, which we have to change. So I have to change this sleep value to like a 4, which we can then simulate and see that it goes up at the required time. But then we need to drop it back down to 0, have it sleep for like 1 time step at 0, move. I need to add a step for it to move, don't I? Let's see. Move. P0. And then sleep 1, and then I think that might actually be the whole thing. No, okay, let me step through it to figure out what I'm doing wrong. So, starts at 0, it moves 4 time steps, moves up to 100. Okay, that has to be 2. That at least helps. Okay. I think this actually has to be a sleep 1, and then this has to go back up to 100. Sleep 1. Is that right? Nope. All right, well, let's step through it and see what the problem is. You can select the code and Control C, Control V. Okay, thanks. I didn't realize it was selectable. All right. 4 steps. Oh, did I set how did I set that to 21? Jeez. No wonder it didn't work. Okay, that's the solution, right? And then in order to confirm that I solved it, I just have to let it run for a few loops. The thing that I did that was silly last time when I did this was I had an extra line of code at the bottom that moved it down to the bottom again. That was unnecessary because it did that at the beginning of the loop. So there, in 6 minutes, we recreated the 13 minutes of the original stream. Now I'm blind to the rest of the game. Turn to email. Thanks for your prompt work. Looks okay. Thanks, boss. I read this last time. Why are we here? Shenzhen's one of the fastest growing cities in the world. It's in a special economic zone in 1980. This is when it technically unlocked Shenzhen Solitaire, which I spent time on last time, and I didn't end up attempting this replacement factory module. So, require control signals to be amplified. We had a device to adjust signals for this type of machine, but it was broken. It was smashed. Okay, so I assume there's some kind of story about like workers' rights somewhere in here. No need to worry. Create a working design for this product. Okay. So control in is a simple input connected to factory equipment. Control out is a simple output connected to other factory equipment. The signal in control in should be multiplied by 2 and copied to control out. So you just need to connect those two things, presumably. Control in, simple input, control out, simple output. Okay, so we're going to get this as input, and I have to find a way to recreate that. Now, I think last time they just gave me part connected to self. I see. I can right-click to delete these guys. I kind of want to review the one that I did the first time. We got to go from P0 to P1. Is there a way for me to quickly review my previous projects just to compare them? Because it's still helpful for me to copy and paste code from the last one, right? So it starts at 25, goes up to 50. If we simulate, nothing is happening right now, so there's nothing to happen. But is this... So last time I was just doing a blinking light. Am I actually getting these values? Go back to the menu and then the emails to look at it. Okay, so there's not like a tab where I can quickly review past machines. I see. Let me just do that then. It did save my design. Show wires. I guess I didn't have to deal with P1 at all in the first one. All right, well, maybe it's time that I have to read the manual. I was able to solve the first one without the manual. Maybe not the case this time. So, manual time. Details about amplifying. Arithmetic instructions. Multiply is probably what I'm going to need, but I have to figure out what the syntax for that's going to be. Not all registers are available on all microcontrollers. Okay. Didn't read this one. Margie Fish. With us for a while. I appreciate your trust. I want to be honest. Likelihood of finding you something that generally makes use of your skills in the foreseeable future is rather low, which is how I get a job that initially has some like easy tutorial puzzles, I guess. You're hoping to stay in the country. Okay, so I have to take the job. Try to zoom this in so it's easier for y'all to read along with me here. Hiring company, Jesse Huang. Longteng Electronics. Okay. Shenzhen, China, just across the border from Hong Kong. There's even McDonald's right downtown. Okay. Visa application. Embedded systems engineer. Data first entry, 9/28/2026. Okay. 2 interfaces, limitless possibilities. 2 types of pins on these microcontrollers, simple I/O and X-bus. They're not interoperable and can only be connected to another pin of the same type. Simple input-output values are continuous signal levels from 0 to 100 inclusive. Simple I/O pins are unmarked. Connecting a microcontroller to a simple input such as a button, switch, or microphone, or a simple output such as an LED, speaker, or motor. X-bus values are discrete data packets from -999 to 999 inclusive. X-bus pins are marked with a yellow dot. It's commonly used to transmit data between 2 microcontrollers or a microcontroller and a complex input or output. Okay. Guess we'll have to see. I don't yet know why I'd want this over this. Simple I/O pins can be read or written any time with no regard to the state of connected devices. X-bus is a synchronized protocol. Data over X-bus pins is only transferred when there is both a reader attempting to read and a writer attempting to write. Reader write is attempted without a corresponding operation on a connected device. The operation will block. Okay. Make sure to get enough sleep. There are instructions within a time unit. To advance the beginning of the next time unit, CPU goes to sleep. Use the sleep instruction. Okay, we did that in the first puzzle. This is a basic square wave generator. Goes up to 100, sleeps for 3 steps, goes down to 0, sleeps for 3 steps, and it makes a square wave. Got it. I think I said last time that I was surprised that the first puzzle wasn't just this, but I guess they figured they could start a little bit more complex. Touch activated light controller. Okay, when a user touches a switch, the controller will detect the rising edge and advance the light to the next intensity level from off to 50% to 100% and back to off. 2 controllers that communicate over X-bus. The first microcontroller reads from the capacitive switch and a simple I/O pin. It sends either a 0 or 1 over X-bus to the second microcontroller. One sec. Sorry, Andrew was checking in on me. Sends either a 0 or 1 over X-bus to the second microcontroller. Value of 0 means the switch wasn't touched, and the value of 1 means the switch was touched. Storing the previous reading from the capacitive switch in ACC, the first microcontroller can detect a transition from low to high. No, I worked in user acceptance testing, so I had to be able to like write and read pseudocode and understand vaguely how it works, and I've done some fucking around with Python, but not enough to say that I have programming experience. Stores the current state of the light in its ACC register, waits for an X-bus value from the first microcontroller using the SLX instruction, and then increments ACC by 50 if the value is 1. Okay. Detect a rising edge in touch. Okay. It's touch simple input, light simple output. I'm going to reread that here in a second to see if I can talk through what's happening and why it's happening. We say detects the rising edge, we mean that it's gone from not being touched to being touched. So it starts to go up at the moment it detects the signal change here. And to figure out why it goes to 50 before it makes it to 100. So that like you have to like hold it down for a few time steps before it fully turns on. You try to understand the SLX instruction better. I don't know that I follow that. Sends either a 0 or 1. 0 means it wasn't touched, 1 means it was touched. So ACC is a variable essentially, where you can temporarily store whatever the value is. Back to transition from low to high. So start with ACC 0 means that at the beginning of the experiment, we assume that it's not being touched. It's sort of like the problem with like an analog stick on a controller, right? That if you have the analog stick pressed to an edge, when you go to turn the controller on, it assumes that that's 0, and then it gets confused if you move it around. So it has to be in a not touch state and know that it's in a not touch state to start. Oh, is there supposed to be a language basic somewhere else? Okay. Yeah, I'm just confused that they seem to be wanting me to hit the ground running with this here. Common programming system to simplify system design and reduce new product development time. Program written for one member of this family can be reused in any other microcontroller. Assembled from a small but versatile set of operations. Each line can contain an instruction, which consists of the instructions name followed by 0 or more instruction operands. That makes sense. Designed to be used in power-constrained environments and applications. When it's in a sleep state, it consumes no power. Right, I noticed that some of these puzzles specify how much power you're using, so I'm guessing right now they don't care about that, but I'm going to get puzzles eventually where I'm trying to minimize power usage by trying to make the thing as efficient as possible. Okay. Power consumption is proportional to the number of instructions executed. Right. Okay. Each line must have the following structure. Now, I noticed last time that I had a limited number of lines I was allowed to use. It's 9 maximum. So even if I have like a comment, that comment counts against the total number of lines I'm allowed to use. Is that ever going to be a problem, or does the game always give me enough room to have like one comment followed by... It's never going to require more than 8 lines to solve. All components are optional, but must appear in the specified order if present. And it accepts inline comments with the pound sign. Okay. And it just simply, it won't read any text following a pound sign inline. Okay. Loop. Jumped end. Okay. So we have jump instead of go to. Add 1. Jump loop. Yeah, there we go. Any text following a pound sign is ignored until the end of the line. Comments improve developer productivity. Labels must appear first on a line or followed by a colon. Labels are used as jump targets with a jump instruction. Okay. So instead of like saying go to line 10, I would say go to loop, right? Or well, a jump to loop. So when this jump loop goes to here and this jump end goes to here, I see. Must begin with the letter and may contain alphabetic, numeric, and underscore characters. Okay. And I guess we'll find out if labels, if I can just call a label whatever the fuck I want, if that's just for my own convenience, or if these are set activities that are defined by the label name. All instructions are capable of conditional execution. Okay, so this being called loop, they just called it loop, but then the thing that then happens is a loop. Just got it. Conditional execution. Prefixing an instruction with a plus or minus symbol will cause an instruction to be enabled or disabled by test instructions. Okay. An instruction is disabled by a test instruction will be skipped and will not consume power. Instructions with no prefix are never disabled and always execute normally. That's interesting. Does plus cause it to be enabled by test instructions and minus causes it to be disabled by test instructions? All conditional instructions start in a disabled state. Okay. Oh, we have one for touch activated light controller. Gotcha. Registers are used as sources and destinations. It's really... This feels like a mistake to have this here, but maybe they're just trying to show me what the circuit looks like. before teaching me, whatever, it's fine. Registers, destinations for data manipulated by instructions. It's an error to use a register in a microcontroller program if that register is not present on that microcontroller. Okay, so these are predetermined. ACK is just like a counting variable, primary purpose register for internal computation. Okay. DAT is a second register available on some family members. It can be used in most contexts where ACK is permitted. Or initialized to a value of 0. Okay. So this means this isn't MATLAB, right? If I want, I have to remember to add 1 to everything. Okay. Pin registers are used when reading from or writing to the pins of these microcontrollers. Reading and writing through the pins allows a singular microcontroller to communicate and coordinate with other connected compatible devices. Null is a pseudo register. Reading from the null register produces the value 0. Writing to it has no effect. That's interesting. So I'm trying to imagine a puzzle where I need to be able to pull 0 no matter what, I guess is the idea. Interesting. So are these the 3 registers that exist and there are no other ones, or is these just 3 examples of registers and others will be explained and introduced in like future project emails? Instruction operands. Each type of instruction requires a fixed number of operands. If an instruction has associated operands, they must appear following the instruction name, separated by spaces. Not require the use of redundant punctuation to separate instruction operands. So R is register, I is integer, and then you have to specify the integer in... No, that's not... That's a footnote. Must be in the range 999 to 999. Register or integer. Labels used as operands must be defined elsewhere in the program. Okay. Pin register like P0, P1, and a label. Okay. NOP has no effect. I don't know why you would list it, but okay. Maybe there's going to be a project that requires that eventually. Move R/IR. Copy the value of the first operand into the second operand. So let me go back to the first puzzle, which I intuitively understand what's happening in that one, and try to make this make sense. Okay. So we're going move 0, P0. Copy the value of the first operand into the second operand. So the first operand must be either a register or an integer. Here it's an integer, in our case 0, but it could have been a register. So if it were a register, I could, for example, directly move the... If I was using ACK and DAT, I could like copy the value from DAT into ACK or vice versa, is why I might want to put a register there instead of just strictly putting an integer in there. Okay. So this is getting the integer value 0 and putting it in P0. Is we call that a register? Is that not a pin register? It's a pin register because it has a prefix of P and then immediately specifies the pin register we're referring to. So if I wrote, as far as like syntax here, I doesn't need to be specified with the letter I. If I just put a number in there, that's an integer. And a register doesn't need to be prefixed with the letter R. These are just placeholders for documentation. However, if I'm going to be specifying a pin register, it must be prefixed with like P, so P0, P1. I guess that would distinguish it from an integer or a register. Okay. Jump to L. Jump to the instruction following the specified label. It's like a go-to. I got it. Some pin registers start with letters other than P. Okay, so But the pin registers are always going to be conveyed on the chip that I'm working on. Like, I don't have to like memorize what the valid ones are. It'll just tell me here. Is that right? So is X0 technically a register name? Okay. Jump is like a go-to instruction. That makes sense to me. Sleep makes sense for this one. So sleep for the number of time units specified by the operand. And again, sleep could either pull from a register value or I could just give it an integer. That's, and this one I gave it an integer of just telling it 6 or whatever. So SLX is the one from the example I was reading above that I was confused by. Sleep until data is available to be read on the XBus pin specified by the operand. Okay. So, have I seen XBus pins? Is this saying go to another pin? There's two kinds of controllers, right? There's the regular ones and there's the XBus ones. So this is saying go to regular pin 1 and this is going to XBus 1, essentially. It seems like that's going to be important for the puzzle I'm currently working on. Sleep until data is available to be read on the XBus pin. So I would type SLX X1 if I wanted to connect this to data on X1, I think. Registers can store integer values between -999 and 999. An arithmetic operation would produce a result outside this range. The closest allowed value is stored instead. Okay, so if we tried, it would max out at 999. Got it. I got a lot of intuition for this kind of thing, even just from playing video games when I was a kid. I'm like, oh, it's really interesting that it seems like the maximum value is 65,535 everywhere. Okay. Add the value of the first operand to the value of the ACK register and store the result in the ACK register. So interesting. So if I type add, it's always going to use the ACK register by default. I don't have to, there's not like an ACK DAT or ACK, or I'm sorry, add ACK or add DAT. I guess DAT's going to be something that I can't do arithmetic on directly. It has to pass through the accumulator. Why has the maximum cache allowed? 2.1, that's a very specific number. Exactly. Subtract the value of the first operand from the value of the ACK register. Okay, so this is like just doing a count loop. Yeah, that makes sense. But but what we're saying here is that add as an instruction inherently interacts with accumulator. I guess I'll call it accumulator because it's easier to say. Sub inherently interacts with accumulator. All of these inherently interact with accumulator. Okay. Multiply the value of the first operand by the value of the accumulator register and store the result in the accumulator register. If the value in the accumulator is 0, store a value of 100. Okay, so it's flipping. It's treating 0 as false and 100 as true, essentially. Sure. Isolate the specified digit value, the specified digit of the value in the accumulated register and store the results. So, I guess they're about to explain this to me. If I did digit 0 is the rightmost digit, digit 1 is the middle digit, digit 2 is the leftmost digit. I guess that makes sense because suppose there was only a single digit number in the accumulator, that would be our digit 0. If it's a 2-digit number, we're now counting the second digit as part of it, so as we move right to left. Okay. So this is a way for me to summon the 1's place, the 10's place, or the 100's place if I needed it for some puzzle. Okay. DST. Set the digit of the accumulator specified with the first operand to the value of the second operand. Okay, so DGT is get that value. DST is set that value. Got it. I'm just going to read through all of this and try to talk out my understanding of it. I'm probably going to need to come back to it later. This is just an easier way for me to learn if I just read through the manual explain my understanding, try to do a puzzle, and then come back to the parts that I remembered. But I think this all makes sense so far. I'm not lost. For more information on conditional execution and the plus or minus symbol, see conditional execution. Okay. TEQ. So like test question, test if the value of the first operand is equal to the value of the second operand. So this is how I can essentially do if statements. So if A is equal to B, effect on positive instructions is enabled, effect on negative instructions is disabled. Okay. Not equal, got it. That makes sense. So I would type like TEQ, I could set, so I could either test it like the accumulator is equal to the data register. I could compare them together, or I could compare the accumulator to a preset interval, or just for fun, I could compare two integers to each other. But I'm probably almost always going to be looking at least one variable, at least accumulator. Otherwise, this is kind of useless. Test greater than, oh, this is test equal to. Okay, so test equal to, test greater than, test less than, compare, test compare. All right, A is greater than B would enable, equal to B would disable, less than B would disable. So I need to think about when do I want to use compare over greater than or less than? I guess if I needed to do 3 things instead of 2 things, A is less than B is not less than B. And I guess also if I need it to account for being equal, this is essentially greater than or equal to, isn't it? Now, is it, I guess here I'm surprised that they offer me greater than and less than, and don't just say, just give me greater than and assume that I'm going to invert it if I need it to be less than. But they don't give me a compare. They do expect me to do that with compare, right? If I want to do this for a less than type situation, I just have to use plus instead of minus or vice versa. But they don't give me an invert compare that's greater than or equal to. 3 possible results. That was the first thing I identified. There's an implied third result in each of these, right? Because like, A is greater than B, A is not greater than B, but if A is equal to B, that's also going to be A is not greater than B, right? Does that not have the same output in that case? Yeah. Because A is not greater than B. If A equaled B, in this case it would be disabled. In this case it would be enabled. Oh, okay, we get a different condition here. If A is equal to B, both end up being disabled in the case of compare. A is less than B, disabled. So I guess it's going to be a really specific machine where I need this different behavior from this behavior for the greater than test. Okay. It just seems like a weird quirk, but I'm guessing this game is about working around weird quirks. So, I say I don't have very much programming experience outside of being able to read and write pseudos code for my user acceptance testing job, but this is all stuff that I could do in Excel. So far, nothing that I'm not familiar with in making a really complicated Excel spreadsheet. Okay, thank you. That's fine. Appreciate it. Flexible and versatile alternative to its larger cousin. With a generous 9 lines of program memory, 1 general purpose register, and 4 I/O pins. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I guess These are just easier devices. I don't know that I have enough information already to solve my first puzzle, so I do think I have to keep reading here. Really? So... where do I see... Okay, so it says MC 4000. So that actually is the next one that I have to work on for this puzzle, right? So I should read this section. 9 lines of program memory, 1 general purpose register, 2 XBus pins, 2 simple IO pins. Lots of customer feedback on XBus only variably made available later. State power. Okay, so this is just reading out the current values of the accumulator state power usage. Simple IO pin is either in input mode or output mode. Writing a value to a pin register will put the corresponding pin into output mode. Okay. Oh, that's it? Okay. Well, let me... I guess I have my shortcut here, right? Test instructions, basic instructions. So the question I had here, I guess I have to go. This is our XBus. This is simple input output. XBus. Yeah, I'll just open it on another tab on my other monitor here. I liked when they gave me someone else's code to rip off at the beginning. So this, do I have access to this control input? I guess if I hit verification, what happens? This is literally just here. Yeah. So where's, maybe that's something I'm not understanding. Hold on. It's a pin type mismatch. So I guess this isn't really something that I understood from reading the manual up to this point. I want to see the control value, and I have to do that via drawing wires, which isn't something that's described in the manual. I actually really struggled with that in that first Shenzhen Solitaire episode, that you're supposed to be able to draw wires, and the game doesn't really explain how that works. What is this displaying? Like, is this real information that I can see, this control input? Because I obviously need it to be in order to perform operations on it, right? I guess, can you just tell me where to draw the wires to? Maybe once I see it once, I'll understand it for future puzzles. The wire takes whatever is in control in and puts it as P0 in the chip, which has no visible display. Sends data to the pin I connected to. So this data here, if I hit simulate, it is sending this data from the control in simple input here. It's just there's nowhere for it to display. I have to transform the input first. I have to write code to be able to see it. Okay. So where does the data go? Does it get dropped into the accumulator immediately if I don't do anything else? So I don't think I got anything that specifically, I guess it's we want to copy the value coming in from. I guess there's something that's not being visually shown to me here that it's going to take me a second to wrap my head around. Yeah. So if I did what move, and then move was I had to pick a register, so P0 into the accumulator, and then it should show the value question mark. Oh, and I get infinite power usage. Okay. Okay, I think I'm at least seeing the right values here. Now, the reason I need to have a sleep step is that if I don't have a sleep step, it'll just like do this an infinite number of times, essentially. Can I do sleep 0? Does that mean anything? Oh, it doesn't overwrite. That's the problem I was having last time. Okay. And the smallest sleep step I can do is sleep 1, I guess. Okay. So I need to be able to double whatever the input is in the accumulator, right? And I need to have, I guess before I sleep, I can do that to begin with. So it's multiply P0 times 2, and then sleep 1, too many operands. Oh, wait, multiply is, I'm just specifying 1. Okay, let me read this again. Multiply the value of the first operand by the value of the... Oh, okay. So I would just say 2 because that's implied. So I'm copying what I'm getting from the control input to accumulator. It's implied that I'm affecting what's in the accumulator, so I'm multiplying it by 2. That was, in fact, the objective here, right? Just double check. Oh, right, I can see it. I don't have to look at the email. Multiplied by 2 and copied. Okay. So, and then I do sleep 1. So let's just see that it's not going to be correct because I'm not sending it anywhere, but I'm just making sure that the values are right. Looks right to me. So then we move the accumulator to P1, I guess. Okay, I'm sure people solved that in like 2 seconds, so sorry that took me so long. I had to understand what the fuck the game was asking me to do here. Okay, cool. All the parts. Let you use all the lovely parts you have available. Not all of them will be useful for what you're doing immediately. Okay. Yeah, since it doesn't give you code to steal right away. The big problem with that one is I guess I was expecting to be able to see this somewhere, but I guess part of the challenge is that you have to keep it in your head. I was expecting like a, print thing to show me what's coming from there. Create our own. Use of conditional execution. Okay. Well, thank you. Button is a simple input connected to a button. Pulse is a simple output connected to an electronic device. So now I have to know which device is most recommended for the job, I guess. So I guess I can see what a note and a bridge are. I assume that they're coming up here. Can I control F these guys? Oh, interesting. That's not what I was expecting. Sound blaster. Oh, interesting. We have a table of contents here. Not really. See note versus bridge. Too many instances of the word note to see the actual note thing they're talking about here. Yeah, I assume this is going to be comments, but I wanted to see if there was... So this is essentially unlimited comments, and it costs me nothing to include it. Okay. So you cross wires over each other. Okay. When the button is pushed, generate pulses is indicated in the verification tab until the button is released. Okay. 14 lines of memory, 2 general purpose registers, 4 Xbus pins, 2 simple I/O pins. This one has DAT, okay. Additional on-chip storage. So it's essentially just a second variable that I can't directly perform. The only math operation I can perform on DAT is to copy the value from accumulator to DAT temporarily, essentially. Yeah, it has a bunch more pins. Okay. So I guess I can assume if they gave me this that they want me to use it now. But maybe it's doable with the 4,000. I guess I don't really... I've read about the difference between XBus and the regular pins. It seems like the purpose of XBus is to have 2 different chips talk to each other. Was that right? I want to go back and read this section about it. Actually, I probably need it for this example circuit, right? Touch, and then we have pulse. Maybe I don't need it for this one, because I'm guessing there would be room on the device for me to connect to... I guess there technically is, but maybe the shape of the device is a clue to how many of these I'm functionally going to need. I guess if I always just do move P0... I can just use this to read out the... So it's getting a button input of either on or off all the time. Great. And then to do the pulse, is it basically we want to be doing this pulse so long as the button is held down? Okay, so if the button is held down for a variable length of time, I think I get it. Generate pulses as indicated. So I want to have access to this 100 value, but then I need to be able to, let me step through this. So it's held, and that's 1 time step. That's 1 time step. Okay, so I think if we do move P0, I think we just set it to 0. Oh. I have a way to set the accumulator to 0 directly, right? There's probably a bunch of different ways to do this. So if we did sub... This probably isn't the most efficient way to do this, but I think it'll work. Now the problem is going to be, if I just do this, how do I get it to loop in such a way that it goes for a variable amount of time? So let's see how this is broken, right? This isn't going to work, but I want to see what happens. me step through it. So step. I guess I've got too many sleeps here, don't I, as part of the problem. Okay, so we do want it to sleep initially. No, actually, I think that was supposed to be right. Why is that not right? Okay. So it sleeps, it takes 100 away from the accumulator. Why does it jump back up to 100 instead of negative 100? Hold on. We started 0. Oh, I subtracted negative 100. God damn it. Okay, I get it. So, but the problem here is that wallet, it's going to go to negative 100 at the beginning, which is okay because it'll undo itself, right? Okay. So then we step, it goes to 100. But because of the sleep step, I guess it's not registering because I haven't connected P1 to this. Let's try it again. It's still wrong, but I need to understand why it's wrong. Yeah. Does this mean I haven't successfully connected everything? Was I writing things to P1 in previous puzzles and didn't realize it? I guess so for that one. Maybe I didn't do it in the first one and that confused me. No, there was no output. Okay, I understand. Yeah, so I guess the idea is that you could do this with the 6,000 really easily, but you could try to do it more efficiently with the 4,000. Yeah, this isn't going to be great, but I just want to see if it works, so... No, it sure doesn't. Give you a worse cost score. Okay. So, okay, I think I understand the problem because I'm moving this too late, right? Let's try that. Oh, I'm overwriting. So it's the order matters here. I have to go accumulator to P1. Okay. I guess that makes sense. That looks better, but let's step through it here. So nothing's happening. Okay. So we sleep 1, but we want this to be happening before the sleep step. And then we want to start, let's try this. Okay, now I can see the 100 going out to that. Subtract 100. But I haven't, so I subtracted 100 from the accumulator, but haven't applied those changes to P1. Okay. Now I have to fix this too. There's almost certainly a way to do this with loops that's like way more efficient, but... Okay. So we go to 100. We go down. but then I loop too early and things get out of phase. Okay, so how do I fix that? Looks good at the beginning, so let me click through it until we get our first problem here. We add 100, we move it there. We move the value in P0, but it's going to still be 100, so that's the problem. We need it to last for, I feel like whatever I end up on, it's not going to work for, so I need to use the conditional thing, right? So test instructions, let's go back. I think they told me that in the email. You have to make use of conditional execution. Okay. So like it needs to be if the button is being held down, then do these things for the duration, else don't, is kind of the idea, right? So if P0, how did this work? Is 100. Automatically generates things based on whether or not I have that's true or not. So I would just put a plus before move, and that would mean otherwise it does nothing, I guess. Then I guess we just have it sleep at the end. This probably isn't right, but let me make sure I got the... Okay, that's fine. I guess it's using less power because it's sleeping for longer, right? Now we're doing our thing. Now I have the same problem. I need to have some other kind of step. This is saying to sleep no matter what, whether the button's being held or not, but... What have I done that's causing the accumulator to read as 100 for longer? If we did... just see if that just breaks it. No, it's the exact same problem. Okay. So let me try to read through the code and rubber duck debug here. So, oops. So this is fine. Okay, the button is now being held down. So now that that is true, we're moving the value from 0 to the accumulator, which is a necessary step to move the value from the accumulator into P1. And then we sleep for one time step, so we're sending 100 to the pulse generator. Then we say subtract 100 from the accumulator, move the accumulator back into P1, which sets it back to 0, sleep for one time step, add 100 again, move that back into the accumulator, sleep for a time step. Button is still being held, so this is going to keep executing. Now we're going to... I think I found the bug. Okay, so now we're moving the value in P0 into the accumulator, but it's already 100, so that doesn't matter. We actually want it to be 100 here. I understand what the problem is, but I guess I'm struggling to think of what the solution would be in this case. I get why it's holding it for longer, but I need it to be something that works throughout the entire loop here. I guess maybe my way of doing it, maybe, do they want me to use a label for jumping here? I'm assuming this is doable without labels, right? goes up. Drop it by 100, we increase it by 100. I guess maybe doing this as add is why I'm giving myself problems here, because I can just carry over the button held, right? I can change this to move P0 accumulator. Don't know that might actually create the exact same problem, but let's check it and see here. Yeah, it is the same problem, but it's probably better to refer to the known 100 value instead of hard coding at 100 value. So does that mean I need it to drop at the beginning, or maybe I need to do the sleep step earlier? Because the button gets held for a variable amount of time, so I need it. There's a time delay. We need to go up to signal 100 at the moment the button is pressed. And then after the button is pressed, I always have a time step where the button is held, but no signal is being sent, no matter what. Even if they were to hold it for just one time step, that would be the case. So I need to be subtracting at the end of the loop, no matter what, I think. I guess I can do another plus here. This probably isn't right, but I want to see what it does. And why does this not work? The sleep's happening before it's being written to the register. Okay. I know this is like super messy, but I just want to see if it works. I think that might be it. You know, let's see if it just automatically works for the button held for less time. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I like this game a lot. Like, I get it. I wish it was structured to teach me stuff. I'm guessing it's designed for people who are already computer programmers, who already know what to do and just knock it out really fast. It's funny, Retro did it in 5 lines. I did it in 13. So maybe I'll learn something later that I can take that information and bring it back here once I'm first to learn. Because I'm guessing it's still kind of designed to teach me stuff, where it's designed expecting that I'm going to do it a really stupid way, and then I'm going to get a later device that requires space saving, and I'm going to use that space saving to go back to this one and do it more easily, right? Tutorial by doing, yeah. I guess my point is I wouldn't mind if they held my hand more explicitly for slightly longer, but maybe like the idea of you having to use the PDF manual is like part of the draw. Not yet. I'm sure a later device will teach me so I can go back and do it later. I'm going to block the usage of I mean or to be fair at the start of messages. Dear adventurer, experience the stars and the earth as you've never seen them before. Never better time to take a trip into low Earth orbit. It's an incredible deal with a major esports personality, the Solid Steel Gamer. No working design for this product. Got the Baron. Okay, so now I have 2 different ones to work on. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Clicking animation, drink 0, drink 1, and drink 2. I mean, to be fair, that's valid. display segments corresponding to a drinking animation. Control the display segments with fixed repeating signals as indicated in the verification tab. Okay. Still partner recommended, so guessing I have space for 2 of these. They're gonna want me or hard require me to use 2 of them. At least, if not more than that. This feels like a really substantial jump from the one I just did. Hold on. I desperately want the ability to pull up the last thing I did to just compare and copy and paste stuff. I like the restrictions. That's what makes it a video game, right? So click 0 and click 1 have an inverse relationship. If click 1 is on, click 0 is on, click 1 is off always. Which I guess means I can probably just ignore click 1 and invert the input of click 0. That's what not does? Question mark. Okay, yeah. All right, let me try to get drink 0 working to start. I guess, is this just meant to tell me that sometimes they're going to give me information that I don't need? I'm going to have to use this eventually. I need to start somewhere so I can start thinking about this. Okay, so tests. See if this does what I'm expecting it to do here. Oh, I'm not sleeping. P0 not equal to click 1. Is it because it's not an input, it's an output? Is it not possible for me to read outputs? Or is this just showing me the output and this is just the way that it works? And the point of this machine is to tell me... Or is there some way for me to convert an output into an input that I missed from the instructions? I guess maybe part of the puzzle of this game is identifying when you're given requirements that are stupid. Whether it's like you just have a ton of unnecessary information. This level has no inputs. But I don't need to generate the outputs, right? I just have to build a machine that does, like, I have to, so this game's about, like, what did the client ask for versus what do they actually need? And they asked for this complicated thing that cares about the click out, but that, who fucking cares? It's the same pattern over and over, right? I could just have something that outputs this all the time and totally ignore this, right? This is cool if that's what the game is, because that was what we had to do all the time, and I was almost always myself causing the requirements document to be heavily modified when asking our lines of business about writing the test plan. They like tell me what they wanted their feature to be, and I'd be like, okay, well, the way we'd go about testing this is this. Are you sure that's actually what you want them to do? Because it seems like what you want them to do is really stupid. Wait, click 0 and click 1 are desired outputs. So I have to generate the outputs as well as the drink outputs. I guess in every mission up to this point, I've been using this as a... all 5 are outputs, okay. So here there are no inputs. I have to have something that puts this out, and this out, and this out, and this out. Okay, I understand. So I guess this one's trying to tell me that I can use a mix of the simple ones and the complex ones. I guess here maybe part of the problem is I don't really understand what they're describing. They're describing like a thing that just flicks on and off, or click 0 and click 1 that are alternating between the two of them. All right, let me see if I got this. So can I like use a bridge to go across this? It has to be fully on the board. I guess I need to move these slightly to the right. This doesn't super matter, but... I see. But then this is going to run into it, which is not desirable. Gotcha. Maybe I'll be able to look at circuit boards now and understand why they're structured the way they are. Okay, so there's probably also a way to do this that doesn't look like spaghetti. We look mildly like spaghetti here. Okay, so this guy just has to start at... I guess we just want to set the accumulator to 100. So it would just be add 100. Then... pin's not connected. Oh, we want that to be the output. That's right. Right. Sorry, This is an interesting level from like a game design perspective because it's simultaneously training me to unlearn some things I had to learn from the previous missions. But I have to like know that what it's doing is teaching me that, if that makes sense, right? Like when I first load into the level, I'm like, okay, well, every level has required me to start by doing this, and be like, oh, that's not what they want me to do here. I get it's like every puzzle game does stuff like that. I guess I'd expect a lot more like interstitial teaching puzzles in this one. Oh, so click 0 is defined as an output. Okay, I get what you're saying. So I could have just used P0 the whole time. I guess I'll just do that as probably a best practice thing. Does the distance the wire has to travel, does that affect my score at all? So... doesn't care about that. Okay, that's just whether I want it to look like spaghetti or not. Oh, we have to put our sleeps in here, though, don't we? Let's see. Okay, so first one's good to go. I guess maybe here, since this is just the inversion of this other one, maybe I can do something where instead of having this clumsily do the opposite, I could have a thing that just negates it with fewer lines of code, probably. Let's... I guess because it's oh, we don't want it to be negative 100. Okay, so I guess it's not really negating it, is it? I guess... Let me read about not again. Not... Yeah, let's... I guess I could already do that. I'm guessing the baby dummy way to do this is to write this one completely separately, and the smart way to do it is to base it off of this one, right? And have this... So this would be an x connects to x0. Let me try it, hold on. I guess I can't reach it if it goes there. Right, so... But then I have to add something that reads out to x1. Maybe I don't want to dive into that just yet. Maybe I just want to do this the stupid way to start. So really what I need to do here, let's copy this guy. I think we just move the sleep step to the beginning. This might be, I think this is bad, but let's see if it works here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't have, I see. What did I do wrong now? Well, I know that if anyone's tuning in to watch this game, it's because they're experienced programmers, so imagine someone watching you code over your shoulder. I guess if I was playing it off stream, I'd be like, whatever, I'll just do what works, but I guess just know when I'm doing it stupidly, I'm painfully aware of how stupid it is, and I'm just trying to play the game. So I'm hoping that later missions will teach me to be less spaghetti-y and write a little bit more efficiently. Okay. I had this with, what was it, Factorio? The same thing. You're playing Factorio. I'm like, okay, I know this is dumb, but it works. Please don't kill me. So really, I just needed to do this exact same thing, but I needed to start later. So does this work if I just do, if I put a sleep one at the beginning, or does that fuck everything up? What was my initial, like, intuitive solution was to do that instead of having it be at the end. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's cute. I like that. So I'm like animating a neon sign. Okay. So the smart thing to do to use fewer lines would just add the little sleep thing and then have it repeat this somehow. Okay. So drink, I think, also can just use a simple one. I think these are all the same repeating pattern over and over, so I don't need to do anything complicated with any of these, do I? So yeah. Give me a second. I can't place it in such a way that I fully block shit, though. Okay. And that's like sleep for how many steps? I guess you can count it here, right? That's what this is for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe. Looks like sleep 4. I think that's it. Let's see. Oh, but I have to actually move it to the output. Okay. That's cool. I see. Okay. I understand what we're doing here. I feel like this game wouldn't need a significant amount of tweaking. Like, if they added a Babby's first programming game mode, you wouldn't have to change the presentation terribly much. I feel like they're doing a thing where if you're already familiar with programming, you might even look at this and already understand what the sign's going to do. But I almost, like, if you're trying to teach someone who had no idea what the fuck they were doing, I would show you the sign first, right? Here, I think the sign is meant to be a little surprise as you code everything. Like, oh, I can see how that produces this in the end. You know what I mean? It's a very interesting game, though. So I guess I'm going to learn some basic shapes here, or to use my chip real estate as smartly as possible. So intentionally unfriendly, yeah. It's also sleep 6 to start. I think it's a target audience thing. Yeah, I get that it's like that on purpose. I guess I would expect a game like this to like give you training wheels for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 levels and then like cruelly take them away from you. Even worked it into the narrative, you know. See if that's already enough. I have to do it again. Oh, this is going to be tough. I'm going to not have the lines for this one, right? Because it's more complicated is the issue. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what they're getting at. So it's like, do it smartly or do it stupidly and use up more space. Okay, hold on. They're gonna force me to use jump and labels later, and that will let me go back to these ones and do them with fewer lines. I get that that's what I'm developing to. Just let me do it the stupid way for now, and I'll just convey to you that I get what the intended solution's supposed to be. Where am I left off on this for now? We sleep 2, and then we add 100. Actually, I think I don't need that because I think it's going to loop around. But I have to, okay, I don't have a revert step is the issue, so I would have to do this. I guess I could probably use not here to help as well. Why did I break it? What did I do? sleep 1. Sleep 2. Oh, did I not give it a chance to sleep? Okay. Yeah, this is going to be crazy messy doing it the stupid way here. There it goes. Okay, got it. And I have just enough room to do one more easy boy. Okay. I see that they're trying to bait me into doing it the dumb way, right? So I can come back and do it the smart way later. This is sleep 7. It's like 2. I think I can just put the sub 100 there and then we're good. Question mark. Let's see. Oh. Is this not a precisely repeating pattern? Is that what they're trying to bait out of me there? Interesting. So it gets like faster and faster over time. Okay, that stabilizes it, but see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's the same every time. So let me try to understand what I did wrong. We sleep for 7 time steps. And then we set that to 100. And we sleep for 2 time steps. And we subtract 100. And this is probably where the mistake is. Sleep. Oh, this just shouldn't be here. No, that's what I did to stabilize it, so there's still a problem, but let's see what it is here. Okay. And then we set it back to 0, so we set it to 0, we sleep for 7. Is it that the very first time there's an extra step? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The very first pulse happens slightly earlier than all the other ones. So if I set this to sleep 6, that still is a problem though. Hey 6gun, how you doing? I like when my favorite thing about puzzle games is when the puzzle is designed to bait a mistake. Jonathan Blow is like the god of doing this. He's got a lot of problems, but like The Witness is designed to bait you to do exactly what he thinks you're going to do and then guide you to what you're actually supposed to do. So I feel very baited to make this same mistake that I'm making here. I need a nap. The other Navy versus Cincinnati starts in 5 minutes. Nice. And then it just, the problem propagates. If I add a sleep 1 function, that fixes the first... No, it doesn't fix the first loop. There's gonna be... I'm gonna have an aha moment here. Sleep only accepts an integer, right? No, sleep can also accept a register value. So it could accept, say, the value in the accumulator, but that would be fucky to do. What if I move this to the beginning? I don't think this changes anything. I think this is the same problem. That's a different problem. Okay. I guess let me try to state the issue. The problem is the very first loop is only a 7 time step, and then every subsequent loop is an 8 time step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I could do something where I like say on the first loop do this, then do this, right? It's kind of a weak way to do it, but so if we do, unfortunately I would have to use the accumulator as my if statement. Because that's the only variable that I can access, right? So if I did something like this, let's see, depending on where I put it here. I actually want it to be 8 in the other situation, right? Oh, I have to test it as... I don't think that's going to just do it by default. Because the accumulator is not... Unless if I move it somewhere else. It is 0 here. I could add a bunch of stinky extra lines here to like temporarily set the accumulator to something at the very beginning. Let me review what all I can do with testing here. Probably like several different ways I can make it do something on the first loop and then change it on a later loop. All of them are crazy messy, and I'm for some reason obsessed with not doing the messy solution right now. I reset and step through it. Let's just see here. So yes, in fact, the accumulator is equal to 0. So we sleep for 7 steps rather than 8 steps. And then we set it to 100. We sleep for 2. Maybe if we put the variable sleep somewhere else, maybe we don't drop it to 100 right away. I bet that's it. Okay, I think I can do this. So if we don't drop it to 100 right away, because we don't need to, because we haven't done the sleep step yet. If instead we do this, so now when it gets back to the start of the loop, it starts off positive. If we instead here do sub 100 and then sleep 8. Why is this broken? Okay, it's broken, but you see why. Sleep 7 times, we add 100, we move it here, we sleep twice, go back to the beginning, still 0. Test if it is equal to 0, which it's not. So we subtract 100 to it. Then we sleep for 8 time steps. Oh, is it a while statement? This seems like this should be doing what I want it to do. I need to understand why it's... Oh, I know what I missed. Yeah, that's an easy fix. Okay. Hell yeah, that feels pretty good. It's still messy, but hey, that's cool with the sign. I like that. Whatever. I'll feel some shame for it being messy, but it worked. I love the way it looks like the Solid Steel Gamer is really clicking the mouse button and drinking her soda. This is going to be huge. Okay. I don't remember the rules. Haha. Point and foul are inputs connected to buttons. Display is an X bus. Okay, this is the first time I have to use X bus. Okay, so they're giving me this as a special output. Excuse me. I guess that's kind of interesting because like each of the games sometimes has an implied output. Like this one, the implied output is this picture down here. It's not like in my design screen. This one doesn't give me any implied output. I guess it's just a signal that's going somewhere that I have to imagine. This one, the same thing. Implied output. This one shows me the output down here. And this one, for whatever reason, puts it in the design space. Okay. Point and follower symbol inputs connected to buttons. Display is an XBus display output corresponding to a numeric LCD screen. Counter should keep track of accounts starting at 0. Ensure that the display is always showing the current value. Point is pushed. The count should be incremented by 1. Incremented by 2, but not below 0. What's the catch? There's an implied catch here if I'm needing to use, but not below 0. So I have a way to test if something is 0 or not. And I guess set it to 0 if it's below 0. Interesting. So I can't do this, right? Or is that legal? I guess it's the first time I've had to do that. It just says they're both going to talk to this. Let me look at the verification. So the reason I can get away with this, assuming I can get away with it, is that the game is happening in linear time and no one's ever pressing the point button and the foul button at the same time step. But if they could, that could be problematic if I didn't have some kind of like interstitial node here to intercept it. That's the kind of test case I would write immediately. What happens if somebody presses point and foul at the same time? And maybe we'll get a version of this later. That would be a fun, if I were designing this game, I would have this level and then I'd have the users provide feedback and say, hey, this works, but somebody pressed the buttons at the same time and broke it. You need to fucking fix that and account for that non-happy path scenario. Okay, so pretty much always start with that. And that's what we want the display output to be. What's happening? Hell yeah, this looks good. I like starting with this just because it's helpful for me to visualize what the fuck is happening, even if it's not doing anything yet. So this is showing me what it wants it to be based on the rules. Okay, so here we have a preset pattern, but you would be foolish to try to code to capture this specific pattern. We want to do something more simple that just listens for inputs and does something if there's an input, and otherwise does nothing if there's no input. So why don't we do... I guess we should do points first. So, if accumulator is 0, then do nothing, right? Then sleep 1, else... Oh, actually, we've got to invert those. Else we add 100, move P0, and then I'll have to remember to sub 100 or I fuck it up. The X bus converts a value of 100 into 1, or does it convert it? Does it literally have to be 1 or 0? You read the, because I haven't done X bus until just now. I thought it said something about what outputs are illegal. Let's try it just as 1 versus 0, I guess. No, that's still 100, isn't it? So hold on, there's SLX is the thing that I care about here. No, I don't think I'm using SLX yet. So I guess what I need to do is I need to capture the 100, the ones digit, or the 100s digit and 100. I guess let's see what happens when I do this. Let me step through it. Okay. These all need to be else conditions. Nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens. Okay, something happens. Do I need the add 100? I don't think I do. I think that sets me to 200. Okay. I guess sleep sends it to the... I guess we need to move it to X1 is the idea. Okay. So... this can go away. I'm just reading the 100. Move back. I think this is unnecessary because I think it's already there. If I'm doing the test, there's no reason to move it again. To X1. So no one's pressing the button, everything's fine. Someone presses the button, holy shit. Do this instead, move it to X1. Then I send 100. And that is a problem, okay. So first we have to isolate the 100s digit, which is DGT, ACK, and then I have to give it this to isolate that. I guess I could also simply set it. Too many operands. In digit? Hold on, what did digit? Oh, it always access. Okay, it's implied access, so it's just digit 2. Okay, and then we would, or we could just set it to be 1 once we know that it's 1. So I don't think using digit is necessary here, but I think it works. So okay, so then we get it, move it to x1. There it goes. Sub 1 to get it out. Sleep for 1. Okay. Oh, really? Okay, thanks. Why did it break? Wait, so why does the breakpoint do that? Is it when I do step, there's like a button I can press to jump to? Does advance like go to the first breakpoint or something? Okay, we subtract 1, gets us back to 1. We sleep for 1. Why does it break here? Let's see. It's 100. We send that. Oh, fuck. Okay, I understand what happened. So we have to do more math. Or we can just not do math, right? I can get rid of this digit thing rather than using what's in accumulator. So it's... No, I have to have it stored. Am I going to need the data value? I might. Introducing... This is another one where I feel like they're baiting me to make the exact mistakes I'm making right now. Okay. I don't want to set it to 1. I want to set it to 1 plus whatever. But to do that, I have to store... I might need a third chip anyway to store the value that's supposed to be displayed on the output here. I can't use the display itself because I don't have any way to access that information once it's over here. Okay. So if I do that, let's kill all this. I can maybe still use a little guy. I don't think I need, if I have a third guy and the only purpose of this accumulator value is to keep track of the score, I don't think I need more inputs and outputs, and I don't think I need a data variable. But I guess the problem is pin type mismatch. Okay. How many X pins are in this guy? Enough. I bet it's possible to do it with this, but I'm going to do it the stupid way just to learn. So we do this. Hey, Bucky, how you doing? Probably best practice to do that. Okay. I think this is basically what I want to do, but I have to figure out how to So when I say move accumulator to X1, let's get rid of this add one. That's not helping. What I'm saying is, shit. I wish that when they had insert on by default. I'm saying just send one over here, which I would then have to get one from X0. Okay. So I could do add. Let me see what happens if I just do this as it is. So I have to have a sleep in here if I'm not sending anything, otherwise nothing happens. Messy. Okay, I think I understand what the problem is. I need it to be conditional whether it's adding, whether x1 is 0 or not. Okay. So x1 is equal to 0. Then do nothing else. Add. I can probably just say add 1. Although no, because I probably want to add x1. Oh, but I have to both listen for x1 and x2. Fuck, or x0 and x1. Tricky. This game has a 40-hour how long to beat. I hope that's for a player like me and not someone who's really good at this. This is going to take me like 10 times longer than the average player, at least for like the first half of the game, I imagine. Guess we can do multiple if statements here. If x1 is 0, then do nothing. And how is it parsing pluses if I try to do nested if statements? If I do, hold on. I guess what we actually want to do is plus test if x1 is 0. So if both are true, then sleep for 1, else it stores the result of the last test. Okay. Okay. So what this is saying then is if x0 is 0, then check to see if x1 is also 0. If that's true, then just sleep. But if x1 wasn't 0, then we do something. We modify the follow, but then I have to put in the thing to what happens if this is wrong first, right? So if it wasn't 0, then we just add 1 to the accumulator. And sleep for 1. We can do add -2. Yeah. $40 hours is, even if you're really good in flying through these early levels. Okay. So I'm going to go way over how long to beat. Good to know. Yeah, I guess I can read code. If you showed me code in basically any language, I can make sense of it. I can modify other people's code. If you told me, hey, you're doing this stupid thing and here's like a for loop or a while loop or whatever that would make it more efficient, I'll understand why that's true. What I'm missing and why I wouldn't call myself a competent programmer or even a programmer at all is that I can't go from the state of having something that looks like shit to something that's good on my own intuitively. what I'll do is I'll like Google, I'll go on Stack Overflow or whatever and be like, why, how are people doing this? And they'll say, oh, I'm doing this loop. And I'm like, okay, I can see why you did it that way. But my brain doesn't jump to this is the efficient thing to do. So maybe this game will actually help me to develop that intuition a little bit better. I am racked though with the sense there's probably a smarter way to do this that I'm not doing, right? Okay, back to the game. There's a limited number of characters I can fit in the line, right? Yeah, okay. So just for funsies, let me see what happens here. We have another... We're not sleeping blocked up. Yeah. Why is that not... I guess it doesn't send anything as output by default unless I explicitly tell it to. Is that right? I guess I assumed it would just be sending 0 as an output whether I told it to or not. Is there a way for me to test whether it's gotten no power at all? Because I feel like it would be a waste to send it a bunch of zeros all the time. But I want to have something that's like, see if you've ever gotten power, and if not, don't do anything, just sleep, right? Is that what null is for? Null isn't tracked separately from 0. I guess because maybe I can try to state the problem here. X0 can never return any value because X0 is not getting a 0, it's getting nothing, which is different from it getting 0, right? Is that true? I thought this was going to solve my problem. I guess I have to send 0 over here. Let me just see what that does for me. I guess I have to solve this guy before I work on this one. I did get further that time. All right, well, let's recreate a lot of this. Well, I'll do that once I finish it this way. I was just trying to ask a question about... Unless if that example explains what's being sent when nothing's being sent. Is this page 11? I don't have page numbers, do I? Oh, here I do. Okay. I'm one of those boring adults who doesn't really do gift exchanges for Christmas. I have everything I'd ever want, so I tell people don't get me stuff. Got to see my family. That was my Christmas present. So is this trying to tell me to use SLX? Is that's the thing you're trying to point out to me here? Sleep until data is available to be read. Okay, I guess I didn't understand why I would use that, but I think I get it now, so... I thought is that true? I thought that was stating that the code here does that. It's always sending a 0 or a 1 no matter what? That doesn't seem like that's the case based on what I just did, because it was giving me a read error. The code does that. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me organize my thoughts here. This one can be almost the same. It's just instead of sending... I probably shouldn't do digit 2 because it's going to confuse me later if I do. If I just instead do... Well, I guess digit 2 is actually kind of efficient there because I don't have to do 2 operations. I could do sub 98, which is a little icky, but... would send 2, and then we'd have to sub 2 to clear it, and then sleep. So I think the idea here, though, is at the beginning we want to have a sleep until we get input. So that's SLX. I'm wondering if it's problematic if I do sleep until X0 and also sleep until X1. Maybe I can do that with the... Maybe I can do that with this, so... Because I have 2 different inputs here, I can't really get away with using SLX, I don't think. Let's see what happens when I run it right now. You're saying simulate just runs to the breakpoint here. We do need to not set this to a negative number. So I need to have another test condition in there, but this is going okay at the start. So let's keep going from there. And then we get stuck here. Oh, because of the breakpoint, so I can clear the break. So the breakpoint just means run until you get here and then stop. Okay. Okay, so we have to do another... Problem is if I do another, so no matter let me try to ask this question smartly. If I run any kind of test, I can only ever test, oh shit. I want to add a test that says is the value less than 0? If it is, do nothing, leave it at 0. But I'm worried that's going to break the rest of my logic if we can only ever check the most recent test. So I have a question to ask, but I'm trying to phrase it in a way that makes sense. If I do TEQ and T greater than, TGT, or TLT, are those all separate tests that are all being tracked separately on the board? Or is it checking a maximum of one of those at a time? You know what I mean? But if I add a TLT here... Is it going to disregard my earlier TEQ? This is one of the things I struggle with in this game, is I think there's logic that's happening that's not on screen. Most of it, like 95% of it's on screen, but some of it, you just kind of have to know the game just works this way, right? Like the way the inputs work earlier. I guess... I wonder if I would pass verification, because there's no point with the test data that it could accidentally become negative. But maybe they do something in the verification test where they're like implying that there are off-screen test cases where somebody's trying to force it to go negative and see if you accounted for it or not. Any new test overwrites it, regardless of what kind of test it is. Okay. There's a hidden variable that stores the result of the last test. So there's not, maybe that's the smarter way to phrase it. There's not a hidden TEQ test result variable and also a hidden TGT test result variable and also a hidden TLT test result variable. There's just a single test result variable. Okay, I got it. So I guess what I'm probably going to do then is just... Well, no, I do have to account for the negatives, don't I? Because there's fouls at the beginning of the game. Right. You got me, motherfuckers. Okay. I would hate to design this to this specific game, but I feel like that's what I'm going to end up doing. I'd rather design it so that it works with any combination of inputs, right? What a weird fucking requirement, right? I only can have one if test variable in memory at any given second. So if I move shit around, does that save me? Maybe it does. If I start doing the X1 stuff first. So if we test X1 0, then yeah. I already knew that, what is it? Roller Coaster Tycoon is written in assembly. I have a lot more respect for that now. Even fucking around with Python or whatever, or even like Excel, I'm used to being able to store the results of different tests separately, not having to think about the order in which it's all being processed. Okay. Did we get a 0 from the foul? If we did, well, first, if we didn't get a 0, then we have to do something. We want to know if it's already negative. I don't think that completely breaks our tests here, but let me think about it. So if we then see if the accumulator is, I guess it's less than 0. If it is, I think this is going to work. I have to think about it. If it's less than 0, then we want to do fuck all. We just want to sleep. But if it's not, then we want to add -2. Fuck no, if it's going to become less than 0. So if it's less than 1, no, if it's less than 2. Okay. So if it's less than 2, that means it's a 1, which means a -2 would set it to -1, or it's 0, which would set it to -2. Is that right, though? We ignore fouls if the foul would cause the score. No, that's not right, because we still want to drop it down to 0. Fuck! Jesus Christ. Okay, but I think this is the right test. Is it less than 2? If it's less than 2, we need to set it to 0. So if it's less than 2, move accumulator to X2. I guess we also have to set it. I think that's right? It's messy, but it's technically true. Okay. Now I don't have space. I need a... Can I use a note for this? I can, like, store my other shit over here temporarily. Oh, that would be nice. Let's just do that. Okay. This is the kind of thing that, like, this would be a great thing to teach in high school with a heavy amount of teacher instruction, because I feel like the video game, you have to be pretty smart about even just be able to read pseudocode. Like, if you just showed this game to a teenager and said, try to learn how this works, most of them would be like, fuck this. But I think if you had a smart instructor that could construct lessons around this, this would be a really great way to give kids an intuition for how hard all this shit is. I think we've overly black boxed computers, and it's gotten worse as time has gone on. All right, anyway. So let me rubber duck here. So check to see if x1 is 0. If it's not 0, check to see if it's less than 2. If it is less than 2, set the accumulator to 0, and then send 0 as our value to the output. Right, okay. But if it's not less than 2, then we have to subtract 2, right? So we sub 2 from the accumulator. I think I can do this, all of this in the accumulator without ever using the dat variable. Yeah, it's disgusting. Sub 2 and then move back to x2. There's probably smart ways to make sure that you're always sending it to... Like, I can probably find a way to structure this code in such a way that this step only happens once, since it happens in both branches. Like, I bet, I'm not going to do it because it's going to be easier for my brain to, but I bet if I delete this and do that still works. But I'm not going to do that because it's easier for my brain to read it if I do it this way, even if it's less efficient. Okay. So now we've long lost the result of this test. Does that matter? Maybe not. We can keep going. We can then check if x0 is 0. We don't have to do a test this time to see if the... Yeah, I think we just do add 1, sleep 1. And I think it's the same thing that I'm going to have a duplicate unnecessary sleep step here. We do move ac x2. In fact, I probably can have just a single move ac x2 command at the end of this. The accumulator is secretly keeping track of all of this, but that's fine. We're going to have 3 of them. It's going to be really inefficient. Maybe I'll stay on this design to try to improve it. I just want to see that I can get it to work to start with. So we send it to x2, and then we sleep. I think we just sleep no matter what, so I can just go ahead and do that. All right, let's start stepping. Not great. Okay. What's wrong? Okay, so at the first step, we check to see if we're getting a 0 from x0. We haven't done a sleep yet. So we send it to x1. Fuck, I know exactly what happened. God fucking damn it. Okay. I hope this is interesting to watch, you guys. I'm sorry if you're all screaming. Just imagine that I'm someone who doesn't know how to do this already, and that's why I'm having to really like struggle my way through it. Okay. So I originally wrote this as, hey, as long as it's not going to be negative, go ahead and subtract the value. But we don't want to do that. In fact, so now hold on. Something's not right here. I wrote this test. Maybe I just have to fix my minuses and pluses here, right? Oh, I understand what's happening. So it does this test, which means it skips these 3 lines and jumps here, which wasn't what I was expecting was going to happen based on the weird, you only have 1 test condition to track. Okay. So I guess we fix it by just having a sleep 1 here. Let's try that. So it's going to have the same bug when I do the other one, but let's go through this one to start. Very good. I'm happy to hear it. Heart not sleeping. Blocked on right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm going to learn everything you guys know about programming from first principles by playing this game. It's just going to happen at a glacial, excruciating pace. I'm sure that all the mistakes I'm making are mistakes you made 20 years ago, right? Okay. So we go here, check to see if the accumulator is 0. It is. So we send 0 to output x1. And this is where we're in trouble. Why doesn't this advance to sleep 1? Because I'm not... Okay, I guess this bug is a little bit harder for me to wrap my head around. Because nothing's happening over here. Because I'm only testing x1 and not x0 at the same time. And I can't do a simultaneous test. Everything has to be sequential. Okay. So I guess I do in fact need SLX, don't I? Because the magic of SLX is that it can listen to an X input from any of the input nodes and allow a prior chip to not die, I guess. Yeah, I'm guessing these restrictions are much tighter than what you would use under any other circumstances, right? Okay. So let me try to understand SLX a little bit better. We do start with an SLX. But that's frustrating because SLX has to listen to a specific... I already covered this before. I guess I could do, instead of running, because all my problems are arising from running this as 2 chips over here. I could try doing this as a single chip, because I have enough P inputs to make that work. It's just very messy. Okay, can I just put these wherever I want, or does it have to fit on the board somewhere? Fuck, it has to fit on the board, doesn't it? Okay. So, just for my sanity... Yeah, hold on. Having to deal with the space is pretty mean, I gotta say. I guess I get a little bit more room. What's the problem? Wait, can I not see what the names of these are? Oh, it's because of what I have in the code. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So we just changed these to 3, and I think that fixes the current error. Okay. Okay, so I have to do all this from scratch now, but that's fine. Let's learn the hard way. What the fuck was I doing? I'm also going to learn the hard way why I need to be commenting my code. All right. I guess the question then is, do I have enough lines to do this? I think probably I do. I think we need to start by figuring out if we have a negative number problem here. So we have to send negative values first. Right. I don't know if I need to maintain a separate X bus. Do I need to have X0 and X1, or can I just send both of them to X0? I might be able to send both of them to X0, but I have to think about... I guess I know that on each time step, only one of these inputs is sending something, so I think I only need one of these guys. Let's clean stuff up here. And then I don't have a lot of room. Let me recover a little bit of room here so I can see the name of this guy. Okay. Oh. Later on in the shower, I bet I'll think of the answer and dwell on it. Yeah, I basically have to start over after changing. I mean, I could try to recover some of the stuff I've already written, and I'll refer to it here to think about it. So P0 is foul, P1 is point. Let's start by... It's like I want to only do something... Can I test the value in P0? I think I can, right? If it's 0... Or can I not perform operations? Do I have to move it to the accumulator first? That would be a lot of extra lines. I guess it didn't give me an error for trying to do that, so maybe it's fine. Okay. So if it's 0, then we can see if P1 is also 0. And if it is, then we just sleep. Okay. But if it's not, then we have to see if accumulator is, well, no, we're going to be doing that over here. We just need to send a signal. It doesn't really matter. So let's do the digit 2. I guess here's where it might be nice to... All right, let's do... This might be excessive here. I don't know. Can I do move negative with just not using the accumulator at all on this? That seems like that's a waste, but... I guess it lets me do that. I feel like I had a time where I had a time where it's like I didn't have access to the information that was in... Maybe it's I only need to use the accumulator if I need to do variable operations, right? I can just send values across without touching accumulator. So this probably doesn't need to be a big boy. I think I made it a big boy because I thought I needed multiple X outputs, but I don't think I do. I think I could just swap this to a small guy. But let's keep doing it as is, and then I can copy and paste over here and swap them and delete them, and that's okay. So if P0 is 0, if it's not 0, send a -2 off of X3. Otherwise, if it is 0, check if P1 is 0. If it's not, move 1 over X3. It seems too simple. It seems like I'm fucking something up here. And then we just sleep, right? That seems like that's too simple. But maybe that's right. Let's this is all fucked up, so I have to fuck with it in a second, but I just want to see where this gets me. I guess I can replace this with another note. So it at least lets me do stuff here. Or not sleeping, blocked and read. Right, so I can do my SLX thing now that I only have a single X input, right? So SLX is, where was it? Sleep until data is available to be read. Seems pretty useful. So SLX X0. And then I can probably simplify the rest of this, but let's see what happens. So if X0 gets a 0, which it will on the first time step, what's the problem? Test if X0 is 0. It's because I haven't sent anything. I have to send something, right? Yeah, this confuses me. So, I guess I'm under the assumption that I'm always sending a 0 by default, but I'm not. There's a secret third thing, and it's nothing, right? But it only applies on the X bus. Is that true? So I need to have a statement move 0 X3. Okay. I wish that was displayed. I guess it's maybe displayed by the absence of there being a thing here. I have more bullshit to do in a second. I'm just trying to see if I just let this go, does it die eventually? Locked on right. Why though? Check if P0 is 0. If it's not, move something to X3. Then oh yeah, I keep having this problem with the test. I think this is made harder by having, well, it's made harder and easier. Like, I have to rubber duck debug constantly to be a streamer, to like talk about what I'm doing, but like it takes so long for me to explain my thinking, right? I can't just like make quick changes. Okay, so I want to know, let's test step through it. Is P0 0? Yes, it is. So because it was, is 1 0? Yes, it is. So send a 0 over X3, which we do. Sleep for a step. We got it a 0 over here. We tested that it was a 0. We do some bullshit that I have to fix later because of the weird way that it manages all this. Oh, this is gonna really fuck with me. Send the 0, sleep. When does this break? Do I need to worry about like time syncing these guys? I assume SLX was going to save me from having to worry about time syncing, but it seems like this guy's just kind of doing its thing over here at the same time step as this guy. Is that... can anyone explain to me why it can't get to this sleep step? So I hit simulate, it gets here, part not sleeping, but it looks like it should just be able to go. Is something blocked somewhere? Maybe I need to get rid of... maybe this guy is a problem? Because I haven't rethought this one yet. I'm just trying to get this one making sense first. Okay. I die much sooner now. What I really need, I guess I can just delete all of this. Let me add one more note here. I need to like just let this thing operate without doing anything. Oh, do I have too many lines for a note? Fuck. Every single time step, one chip needs to be sending while the other is reading. If either of those things aren't happening, you block. Okay. It makes sense to me, but it's going to take me a long time to wrap my head around that. I think we still have a problem here, right? P-pins don't have that restriction. Wait, can you... if you're I assume you're looking at the manual, can you like point me to the page that helps me to understand that? Because I guess I understand that you use the X pins to send simple information between chips, was my understanding. This is why you would use X over P, but it didn't occur to me that there was a distinction in their basic functionality other than that. I thought maybe it was just that I couldn't send P1 to P0 over here, but can I do that? I must have misread the thing. Oh, I guess I don't... that's probably the problem, right? Is this good enough? I guess I could just set this to sleep all the time. Does that fix my problem? Sorry, I know I asked several questions. I guess I don't understand what the difference is between XBus and pins. I thought that they were telling me that I had to use X buses to talk to X buses on other pins, and I couldn't use P to talk to P. And that was the distinction, and so I had to kind of play around with my names of buses. If you send data, it must be read or you will block. Two microcontrollers. So could I just, instead of doing this, just move these around and send to P0 and P1 instead, or even just to P0? But I don't have enough P buses to do that, and I can't go to that. I guess X bus being synchronized is not, I don't intuit what that practically means at all, unfortunately. So like for some reason, does it really tell me here? It doesn't really say. Continuous signal, discrete data. Can be read or written at any time with no regard to the state of connected devices. Is a synchronized protocol. Data over XBus pins is only transferred when there is both a reader attempting to read and a writer attempting to write. So what I want is another one of these guys, but one that has an extra P, but I guess that's more power sense. Yeah, I guess I understand it as a difference between continuous versus discrete. This one's just yelling 100, 100, 100, 100, right? And this one is saying, it's asking, do you have a 100? Yes? Okay. Do you have a 100? Yes? Okay. This one probably uses less power, I'm guessing, since this one has to send the signal all the time. This paragraph is extremely fucking important to understanding the game. Thank you guys for identifying that I didn't catch that. This is where I think it would be nice if the game gave you training wheels for a little bit longer and had somebody pop up to explain, like, this is why this isn't working, idiot. Okay, so let me look at some of these other parts just to see if any of them happen to do what I'm wanting. I think that that's even worse. I guess I can look in the... read all of them here. Digital expander. This one has 3 P-boys. It requires... it's either an input mode or output mode. Okay, so I can't do that. Use that to do the cheat that I wanted to do. Yeah, well, here I was going to use my if statements as a way to not have to send multiple packets at the same time. I don't think I have what I want available to do the cheese that I want to do for this puzzle. So I guess I have to get this to work. So, when I say that they need to be synchronized, is it just a matter of making sure that I have the same number of sleep steps here as I have over here? Because I mean, I'm not reading any of the data, I guess. But what does it mean to read the data? Like, when we say read the data, we mean, like, I don't know, move X3 to the accumulator. Does that count as a read? Oh, it has to be X1, right? I think something is taking time here, and I'm not understanding what's taking time. You're sending data, the other chip must be reading it, or SLXing. Okay. Okay, well, there we go. I can at least start working on this guy without causing a crash. It's a big waste of power, but whatever, I don't care. All right, let's get back, because that interrupted my flow of trying to get this to happen. So I was saying, check if P0 is nothing. If it's not, send the -2 over X3. There goes the -2. So it does go into the accumulator temporarily. It eventually gets overridden. Okay. So, but we still have problems here with the way I've structured the test here. P1 is 0. Okay at the beginning. When do we start to have a problem? So we're on this time step now. We send the -2 over. I guess we have to put in another test here for P1. We have to repeat it because of the way it reads it. I keep wanting the negative test to happen first, but it's really difficult for me to think about only having access to one hidden test variable at a time. So now we have a problem where we're sending a 1 in error because of the way it's reading the tests. Okay. So suppose I just add another one here. Let's see what this does. Did what I wanted. Sending 0, sleeping. It's messy, but it technically works. See if it gets us to the 1 here or something fucks up. Okay, so then we check this again. It's not. So then we send a 1 over X3. Gets it. We send a 0. Okay, I think this guy works now. I think. If I hit simulate, it never dies, it looks like. Okay. That was a fucking project. I still don't fully intuit. I mean, I like understand the words you're using to say that it's synchronized, so it's listening for read. And so you have to like sleep until it gets something. But it feels to me like I'm trying to like line up the sleep operations with the sleep operations over here, and I don't think that's correct. I think there's some way for me to think about how this is synchronized with this guy that's less complicated than I'm imagining it is, and I maybe just have to do more of this to understand that. All right. So if we move X1 into the accumulator, And then we can fuck around with some of our other stuff from earlier, right? We can check to see if we have our -2 problem. Where was that? I had that written somewhere. Just have to write it from scratch, but testing if the accumulator was less than 2. Okay. If it is, then we set 0 to the accumulator. If it's not... Oh no, we don't want to do that by default because it depends on whether we got a negative signal or not. So we start by doing test if x1 is -2. Oh, but now we're going to have a similar problem with jumping around. Okay. I guess there's some kind of asymmetry between a test being positive or negative that I can take advantage of in terms of moving through these instructions, but I'll have to get to it. Okay, so test if x1 is -2. If it is, then also test if the accumulator is -2, or if the accumulator is going to be less than 2, either 0 or 1. Here's the problem, though, because if I do this, it's going to check this guy, but it's going to consider this to be part of this test, isn't it? Which is not what we want. So if I frame this differently, if I say test greater than, does that save me? I don't think it does, but let's think about it. If it's greater than 2, well, if it's greater than 1, right? Then we're fine and can just progress as normal. So maybe I have to write it in such a way that the next test condition happens to work both for this test condition and this test condition. Oh, sorry. Ben just unplugged my capture card. 1 second. Excuse you, my son. So we still have game audio. Spritz him. If it's greater than 1, we want to do stuff, right? So we want to go ahead and apply the -2. So it's add -2. So I think this satisfies both conditions. Basically, I need to think of my if statements as like go-to skip lines, right? Like after we do this test, what we wanted to do is we want to skip this step, right? This is going to be so satisfying when I finally solve this one. This one's really hard for me to wrap my brain around. I guess there's a lot of things I have to understand that I didn't understand previously. I guess if I had a critique of this game, it's that each new puzzle is introducing like 3 or 4 ideas at the same time, right? The only instruction that moves the time step is sleep. For every sleep you write, the instruction before it needs to write to the X pin on your left chip, or read from the X pin on your right chip, and SLX counts as reading. Okay. Thank you for... It sounds like you wrote that as precisely as you could. I will try to understand it again in a moment. I'll copy and paste it into my future Marstead text file. So there is an element of having to sync sleep commands across chips. Okay. So we add -2, but if it's not greater than 1. The problem is I want to tell it to be 0 now. I need this game to do a thing where, like, when I'm looking at a line for a test, it, like, highlights which pluses and minuses it sees at the moment. So you can, like, kind of get away with nested tests here, but not completely, it seems like. I guess I could try to use, maybe it's time, even though I don't think it requires a loop or a label, to use labels to get where I need to go here. Let me read how to do that because I haven't had to yet. Oops. Jump, right? I can only jump to labels, right? I can't jump to lines. I guess I could call the line like line 3 or something, right? Okay. Because jump can get me out. Maybe that solves my problem. All right, so check if x1 is -2. If it is, check if the accumulator is greater than 1. If it is, add -2 to it. And then let's try a jump here. Okay. Keep it from continuing to doing shit I don't want it to do. I can probably get away with using end all over the place here. Okay. So if this fails, then it does... It skips all 3 of these steps and goes here. But I want to have a... Okay, so jump n lets me put in another negative test here for the not less than 1. So this is where we do move 0 accumulator. And then I guess we need another jump to the end. Although this is, my problem is back, isn't it? Because now if I jump to the end, if this guy fails, it's going to go to jump end. But maybe that's okay. Maybe I just can... Maybe I make another label that I jump to here. Seems silly, and maybe it's not necessary, but I have to keep fucking around to figure out why. So if it's -2, then check to see if the accumulator is greater than 1. If it is, go ahead and add -2 and then jump to the end. If it's not... Fuck, it's the same problem because we're still going to end up going straight here. I can do nested if statements standing on my head. I cannot, my brain does not work with this. You can only access one test result at a time. That's crazy hard for me. Common pattern is to do 2 jumps to keep your comparison operation simple. 1 jump label for the positive outcome and 1 jump label for the negative outcome. Okay. And So what that's okay, so what that's doing, try to state your advice here. It's letting me separate the tests from each other, so I'm not having to, I mean, it's introducing a bunch of extra lines, which maybe isn't a problem. So you like, unless if you're doing a really simple test where you're only checking one thing, you probably want to have your 2 jumps no matter what. Okay. Let's do... This is already getting really messy, though. I don't know if I'm going to have the lines to use it appropriately. Let me get rid of my other jumps here. Probably do want the ends. I feel like this is going to use up so many lines, though, right? If I do plus jump -2 minus jump I'm going to come up with better naming structure. I just need to write something down so I can think about it. Not -2, right? Oh, that feels like that costs me so many lines that I just do not have room for. All right. Yeah, I feel like this is a gigantic difficulty spike because it's requiring me to suddenly understand X buses, and it's requiring me to understand the way the nested if statements work, and it's requiring me to understand a couple other things. All right, so add -2, else move 0 to the accumulator. So we can get rid of these guys. And then jump end. Yeah, I'm worried I'm not going to have the space to finish this. I'm definitely not going to have the space to finish this. Damn. Because using jumps like this is by default costing me at least 4 lines, if not more. So the problem here is I don't want to use XBus inputs for this because doing that makes this so fucking complicated. But I don't have enough P inputs, right? I have a maximum of 2, even on one of the big chips. I need 2 for the point and foul, and then I need a P output, and I don't have a chip that does that. I mean, I guess I could have 2, like I originally had. I could have a total of 3 chips. That was causing problems for me earlier, I thought, but maybe they're absorbable problems if I'm not using the X. Is this solvable without using an X bus? I guess I must have read too hard into the thing about the reason you use X bus is to talk between microcontrollers. Because they don't say, you know, a simple microcontroller operation. They say the way this is written makes it sound like I should only be using it if it's like a button, a switch, a microphone, an LED, a speaker, a motor, but not two or more simple X buses. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll start over again. Just get rid of everything. I don't think having the extra lines is going to be necessary, so we can just do these as these guys. Pin does not exist. I know. Give me a second. I can send them to separate P outputs and still do that. I'm going to be really mad if this works. This is all dependent on misunderstanding the usage of XBus. All right, and this one I needed to have an SLX1 to... I guess I also need to do some kind of like... I guess I don't need the SLX anymore. I can just run this and nothing will happen, right? It's beautiful. Okay. How magical. Is there like a hidden, when it comes to using the XBus to send to outputs like this LCD monitor, is there like a hidden SLX in there? There's like, it's secretly just saying, we'll just accept inputs, we don't give a shit. Don't worry, you don't have to like do anything with that. Okay. We still have to do a kind of messy nested if statement here because we need to do something if nothing is happening. So we can do end. Well, that might be unnecessary, but let's see. Actually, that's going to be -2. if it's not, then we jump to -2. If it is, then we test P1 is 0. It's not, jumped +1. Okay, so let's see. I think that's fine. So we test, is P0 0? If it's not, go to -1. If it is, test P1. If it's not 0, go to +1. If it is, jump to end. Okay. And then hopefully I have the lines to write out the rest of it. I might. So we do another test to see if the accumulator is in trouble. Oh, accumulator. I don't think I have to write more bullshit here because I think I can get out of here by other means. If something's under a label, will it never be executed unless if something jumps to it, or... Yeah, will it never be executed unless something jumps to it? Oh, I can put code on the same line as a label? Did it say that? Maybe it did. It put a comment on the same line as a label. Okay. Do I need a space? I don't need to do a test with +1. Okay, thanks. I thought I was really fucked there. So this has to be move 0 to the accumulator. In any case, jump to end. Oh, jump. So I'm using the jumps to keep it from executing everything else, essentially. So we gotta do move. All right, well, it's not crashing, but it's not great. So let's step through it and figure out where the problem is. I'm constantly updating it to 0, which makes sense. Fouls happen and I update to 0, which is good. It's all fine. Okay, this is where the fuck up's gonna happen. Needs to be 1 there. Why is that failing? Let's see. Checking if P1 is 0. P1 is 0. It's not 0. Something's busted here. I'm trying to understand what. I said test if P1 is equal to 0, and if it's not, it should go to +1, but instead it's going to the end? What did I break and why? I guess I'm not even executing at the beginning, so I have to figure out whatever's wrong at the start. So test if P0 is 0. I have to get to the first step where it isn't 0, right? It seems like it's ignoring that for some reason. P0 is not 0 here, right? So why is this not reflecting as a negative? Did I do something wrong here, or do I have the timing off somehow? Maybe it's because it needs to be 100. Let me start it back over again. What am I, when I send something, when do I send something? It should send something on this time step, right? Can I not send -2 over P1? Is that the problem? Because right now the value I send doesn't really matter, right? Oops. Okay. Jump -2. It's doing it now. I feel like I fucked up the timing in some way here, but let's see if we're okay. The timing being fucked up might be acceptable, question mark? Okay, now it's correctly gonna go to... Oh, I have things I have to fix here, because this needs to get reset eventually. I guess once I say move 100 to P1, I just keep moving 100 to P1 over and over. So this needs to be like move 0 to P1. Okay. What does that do? Okay, well, it's still wrong, but... Try to figure out where the problem is. Okay, so we send 100. I feel like it's like a sync issue. Like I'm not testing over here at the appropriate time. Otherwise, because everything's like time delayed, like it's almost right, but I'm off slightly. Where does it fail? Right, because now it's wrong, but it's about to be right. Yeah, it's actually... I think it's completely right after that. It's just that it's late for some reason. So let me try to understand why it's late. So when do I get out of sync? It happens at some point. This is when we have a problem, I think, right? Is this... I wonder if I add another sleep step here. It exacerbates the problem, doesn't it? Yeah. Basically, the problem is that this one is further along on its execution than I want it to be by the time the number gets over here. And I don't know how to fix that, so I probably need chat to help me with this. But let me get back up to it and try to look at it a couple more times to see if I can figure out what the problem is. So the problem is I'm testing the value that's in P0 now, but this hasn't had a chance to send anything yet, right? In fact, it only sends something right now after the test has already occurred. So I need this to like wait slightly longer to get this instruction. It needs to like be like one step later than this guy. I guess I could, well, is this like a flaw of, is this why they say to use XBus to get them to talk between microcontrollers? Because the microcontrollers is listening to a continuous signal, and the benefit of an XBus signal is you can wait until one is available to intercept it. But here they just need to be lined up exactly so that it starts getting the signal at just the right moment. I don't know what else I can add to this guy, because it, like I said, if I run it, it's correct. It's just off by one time step. Hey, Calic, Happy New Year. XBus isn't needed. Yeah, it's like a puzzle game. I assume if I kill these sleep statements that it dies. The whole thing fails. Oops. This part's not sleeping. Okay. So can I add like a bullshit? Was this the reason for no op? Let's see if that does it. Holy shit. Okay, well, we're not quite right, but we're better. Let me try to understand why it fails where it fails. So the purpose of no operation is to correct for this extremely specific sync issue? Well, when I did sleep 1 at the beginning, it seems like sleep 1 is not degenerate with no op, right? No op saved me here, but sleep fucked me. It like made the problem worse. Yeah. It fails when I get to the... subtraction, but it's fine. So I can put a breakpoint there. If I do the breakpoint, can I simulate up to it and then start stepping through it? Maybe that's what I didn't understand when you were suggesting that earlier. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I've got some landlord bullshit to deal with my parents. I'll do it after stream. Okay, so this is where it's gonna fail once we get up here. Is it because it has to go through too much logic when it's determining to do the -2 maybe? It does eventually get the right answer, doesn't it? Okay, yeah, so it's a timing issue again. So let's put the breakpoint like here. There's some kind of like you say that they can be synced, but these guys definitely wait for this one to finish before they start sending signal again, right? I thought I just saw them do that. Move 100 to P1. Test if P1 is 0. P1's not 0 at that moment, though, so why is that failing? Oh, it's P0. It's a timing issue again, so fuck, man, I don't know how to fix timing issues. It seems impossible. Each time step on the graph indicates one entire program loop. They're shorter, so they finish before, so it looks like they're waiting, but they aren't. They just finish earlier. Is that not indistinguishable from waiting? Is it asymmetry between my later ones and my earlier ones with all the instructions have to execute until a sleep step happens because every instruction consumes no time until sleep? I don't know how to sync these. I can't add a second no-op stat because I'm out of lines, right? There's not like a label that I can recover a line on. I guess I can dip this jump end because I necessarily have to go to the end there. That gets me an extra line so I can add a second no-op. See if that solves it. It seems really... Oh, fuck. What broke? Oh, at the fucking breakpoint. Jesus. Oh, it's cool that it keeps running when you do the verification. Okay. Jesus. What a level. All right, so what could I have done to make this better? Before I move on, because I feel like I need to learn some lessons here, because this was pain. I guess being able to... I wish I could tell no-op and then say, like, times infinite. Well, like, times arbitrarily large value instead of having to use multiple lines for it. I prefer not to pull that channel up unless if I'm having somebody else check for people abusing it. Well, I guess I could reduce line complexity if I sent them all into P0 and just read P0, but I was worried that... I was worried about having separate sets of if statements in both of them, depending on whether the value was positive or negative. If you're saying you could have sent them all to a single channel, I guess that saves some lines for me, but I don't think it fixes my timing problem, right? It's still... This one still is too slow for this guy, right? I don't know why that solves the sync issue. Can you explain more? I would obviously have to rewrite this whole thing to just listen to P0 only. Why'd they give me so much fucking space in the puzzle if I... Okay. Jesus, fuck. Okay, I guess I started this puzzle like an hour and a half ago or whenever I started it with an assumption that wasn't correct. That assumption was that I couldn't simply gather the value of the... That I had to use the accumulator as a value store, right? I was under the impression that I couldn't just send the value of this directly, right? Let me try to resolve it. It's more time on a puzzle I've already solved. Let me try to resolve it with these things deleted. Can I save this? Hold on. Let's do a new design. Okay. Oh, this is where I need a bridge, I guess. Hold on. How does this work for me to cross over them? That is supposed to be a thing I'm able to do, right? I guess I wouldn't have thought about this problem either. I guess I can do this. P0 is still my negative, okay. Well, that's much better. And this is showing like everybody's performance. So I got power usage about as good as I can get, but I could still do fewer lines of code and bring the production costs down one more. I'm mad that that just worked out of the box without me needing to change anything. Yeah, I had this one. It's a really good one. I learned a lot from doing this, but I feel like the game has done a lot to suggest to me, the basic shape of the thing is roughly how many of these tools we expect you to use. And maybe that was an unreasonable expectation, but I thought that it made it really big, implying that I would need to use more of the space. And I at least imagine like, okay, that's like, I was thinking it was going to be like use more of the devices, and then if you're really smart, you can use fewer devices, but like the size of the devices, about how many of them we expect you to use on your first attempt. Here I'm using like a fifth of the real estate, and using more made it like crazy harder because of sync. So I guess I accidentally got an introduction to a bunch of concepts that I'm not going to have to worry about probably for hours, but holy fuck. Okay. Thank you for the help. Sorry if that made you all scream. Yeah, that email was, I thought they meant here, you can access all of these guys now. And there was a thing on top of them that said not recommended for this solve, right? It's gone now. But I thought they were just talking about the fact that I could technically do the DX300 and the 100P14. That was what I thought the email was referring to, not to you only need one part for this solve, right? Y'all. Shenzhen. It's a J. ZH is its own sound. Well, it's J. It's like a combination ZJ. The fun foibles of Pinyin. Hey, I have been saying that. Yuan is kind of painful. Yen. Cool. Pull a piece of audio kits. Always liked audio. I guess going forward with this game, for my fucking sanity, that was really great for me to learn a lot of lessons that will hopefully apply to future devices. But if I am spinning my wheels on a fundamentally unworkable concept, like if I'm using XBus and it's totally not intended to be used, or I'm using way too many chips and using too many chips is going to cause an unsolvable sync problem, please feel free to intervene, break, hide, just tell me this isn't going to work. Maybe you can lead me to try to figure out why it's not going to work. But like I thought to understand why that didn't work required a really specific, probably like end game understanding of things like sync that the game probably doesn't expect me to give a shit about for a long time, right? Okay. Audio in is a simple input connected to an audio source. Audio out is a simple output connected to an audio receiver. Maximize is a simple input connected to a switch. The signal from audio in should be copied to audio out, applying the harmonic maximization algorithm when the maximize switch is on. Okay. So audio in minus 50 times 4 plus 50. Get that down over here. Yeah. Audio in minus 50 times 4 plus 50. When the maximize switch is on. Okay. Maximize simple input. Yeah. That makes sense to me, whether the switch is flipped or not. So oh, I'm sorry, Calix, it's a bummer. My intuition for this one is to try to use the hold on. Try to use the X bus for here to send the state. Well, that seems excessive. Fuck, man. Let's just assume I don't need multiple devices unless if something really demands it. I guess the problem here, right, is I can do this, and I can do this, and these, the out and the in both have to use up my P slots, right? Because this is a continuous data stream, and this is a continuous data stream. But this is also, so I must connect another one into it. Must I? Okay. At least that's smarter about, at least I think it's structurally smarter about conveying that I have to do that by the number of inputs and outputs that I have available. So that can go there, and then I can convert that into an X, I guess. Yeah. That's what I thought they were getting at last time. So, TQ, P0 is 0. If it's not 0, then we move 1 to X1, else we move 0 to X1, sleep 1, right? Just run that really quick. Lockdown right. Shouldn't it just go straight to a sleep after I go to write that? Oh, it's because this needs to hear it. Right, God, that's so confusing. I understand it, but like it's not implied to have read it. I have to do something with it for it to read. So can I do SLX? Let me just see if that, and then it stops sleeping. Okay. Yeah. So what is it, I guess, what does it mean to read it? It's move X0 to DAT maybe. It'd be nice to have that as a binary switch. That seems great. Okay, this one I'm gonna blow through, I think. So move P0 to P1. Yep. That is the right basic idea. So if DAT is equal to 0, then just move P0 to P1. Otherwise, we have to do the thing. So the thing is audio in minus 50 times 4. Move P0 to AC. And then add P0 minus 50. All right. And then mul 4. And add 50. These all need to be minus. And then sleep 1. What did I do wrong? Accumulator. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing all these operations that I'm not actually sending it. Okay, so move P0 to P1. I think it's still going to be fucked up here. Just have to figure out why. Okay. Oh no, we don't want P0. We want move ACK to P1, right? Yeah. There we go. All right, well, it took me 2 hours to do the last one. It took me like 10 minutes to do this one. Jesus. Although I guess the fuck up... I feel like this one should have been before the previous one, but I guess the previous one was was technically less complicated. I don't know. That's fine. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to take a hatchet to this game's tutorial. Or to be fair to it, I'd like to add when you boot the game up, it says, have you ever programmed before? And if you say no, I wouldn't even change the game substantially. I would just close off more options. I would just like say, you know, do this without using the XBus, right? Or do this using only these inputs, or do this using only one module or something. Because I think you have too much freedom for a new player. That's part of the fun, if you're already familiar with it, is you're trying to make it as simple as possible. But I'm like, I need to understand the like core mechanics and understand what is and is not expected of me first, I think. Self-driving car stuck in a loop? You may be entitled to a settlement. The rogue loop incident. Funny. Infrared sensor, important. Detect illegal activities. Okay, I kind of like where they're going with the story here. It's against the law and it generates heat. Holy shit, okay. Well, things are getting a little more difficult. Still only require these two. That's appreciated. Yeah, like they kind of do it with part not recommended. They're almost there. I just want them to also put like input not recommended, put a little X over it or something. And then after I do it the first time, you can take it away like they take away the part not recommended. Okay. I'm going to have to leave so many future Marstead notes. This is to be a fucking disaster. Time is a simple input connected to a DT2415 clock, providing the current time. Sensor is a simple input connected to a simple sensor. Alarm is a simple output connected to a silent alarm. When the current time equals the on time, the device should be armed. When it equals the off time, the device should be disarmed. Okay, I understand. Whenever the device is armed and the sensor reads at or above a value of 20, the alarm output should be active. Okay, so I think I kind of figured out how to do and statements accidentally earlier. The on and off times are set by the operator using dials that can be read as XBus inputs and use numerical values compatible with DT21115. Time, simple input. Oh, that's cute, because it's dropping to 0 at midnight or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, and I can move this guy around. What is the RTC? Is that supposed to be the sensor, and these are the time things? Real-time clock. So this guy needs to talk to these guys. Okay. This thing. 15-minute increments since midnight. Okay. Time index, simple IO. What does NC stand for? Not connectable or something? So where's the simple input? The other things don't do anything. That's really weird. Okay. Did they do something in a later mission or something? I guess they wouldn't if they were listed in there like that. Okay, so I just want to read that out, I guess. I guess I don't have any way to read it out, do I? Since none of the outputs here are... I guess I could read it out into the accumulator. So I could say add or move P0 accumulator. Then it has to sleep. Okay. Okay. Seeing it increment in gets to 95 and then it drops off to 0. Okay. What a weird way to do that, but okay. So these guys, on time and off time, it mentioned something about a user being able to set the time. Is that just a flavor thing, or do I actually have to account for their ability to do that? Basically what we're saying is we only want it to trigger alarms if something happens between 93 and 38. So can I like preview the later test cases after the first one, or only after I get it to pass verification the first time? Okay. Like how we saw with the one I was stuck on forever, where it kept playing the game past the initial list of scores. Set by the operating user using dials that can be read as X bus inputs. On time. I have a thing for this. I guess I don't know what this one's supposed to be called. Let's see if it has a thing for it or not. Push button controller, math coprocessor. I think I don't get one for this. So what are the... I don't understand what the input and output are on this one since they're not labeled. It's a pin type mismatch. So the thing on the left is pointless, is that right? Is that what we're saying? That's what I was confused about. Why are there two inputs? Okay. How is this bridge supposed to work? You can use it to, like, cross over stuff somehow. I need that to connect. Oh, like this? Oh, okay, I didn't realize that was... I see what's happening. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice if this, like, was glowing green or something when you connected them. That would make more sense to me. Okay. This is getting the time successfully. This one's going to be a nightmare. I might not even finish it today. Yeah, I'm trying to start by using the smallest one. I learned my lesson previously that if I start with a complex one, it might make my life harder later. But maybe they did. This is where it's like, I'm kind of mad that that device was so big, because I feel like they could use that to convey to me as the player how many chips they want me to use. And now that I know that that's completely useless and isn't helping me, I'm going to just try to go as small as possible. But otherwise, the design of this would say, oh, you should probably use the big chip for this connection because of the way it fits, so you don't have to use a bridge, right? I guess I'll do that with that assumption that the developer is trying to tell me something here, but can't prove that that's what's happening. I guess I could technically use dat. It would be nice to have two different variables, I suppose. I probably don't need them. I haven't thought about how I'm going to do this, but... All right, so move x0 to move x1 dat. Part not sleeping. I guess I can just tell it to sleep after all that. They're always in the beginning an input, right? It's just like really inefficient for power usage if I do it that way. I think how you even go about not wasting energy with this, because it's like you just want to know whether it's changed, right? So I guess you can do like an if statement to check if it changed. This is an unnecessary optimization, I think, but if we did so it's x0 accumulator. If they're equal, do nothing, right? Else do this, and then It's an implied else, but whatever. That's dat. I guess we can do... Yeah, hold on. I thought sleeping cost nothing. Does sleeping have a basic... Oh, I think we have a problem here because I don't actually want it to jump to the end. So we want to do only if that's true. I guess we can do no op instead. Does no op not cost anything? Let's see. Still seems really expensive. Powers, number of operations per second. Yeah, I thought if I'm just... let me test this. I thought if I just did this, that it would consume no power. I guess it does still consume power. Oh, but it has to do an operation to do the test, I guess? Is that the problem? So I thought I was being clever by saying don't bother wasting time updating it if it already equals it, but that's still an operation. So I have to spend an operation no matter what is basically the problem here. I guess if I said... yeah, maybe there's no way to do this. Okay, well, I thought I was being clever and seeing a problem ahead of time, but I guess it doesn't matter. Seems like a waste to use this big guy for this, but maybe I'll end up having other things I have to plug into it. It's eliminating lines of code. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe power was also concerned with whether and how it was outputting stuff. All right, so go back to reading what I'm doing here. And current time is the on time. The device should be armed. I might end up being able to do all of this inside of this guy since I have all these other things I can do. So sensor, simple. Alarm is simple. Annoying to try to make that jump. Can I like rotate this thing? I don't know if I can connect these guys. Yeah. Can bridges not rotate? I guess maybe I don't need them to, but... It's technically working, I guess. Okay, good night, Rorak. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate your help so far. And then we have to get over here. I am worried about the X inputs syncing up, but... So maybe I don't need to use the accumulator or DAT, but probably don't have enough lines to do everything here. Let's do... I like the fact that the value drops at 0 is annoying. That's going to be the thing where they're baiting me to make a mistake that I'm going to be stuck at forever. I guess what really matters, we want to do the sensor first, right? So that's P0 is equal to 100. So we can just do nothing if that's not true. I guess we can do jump end and then have end sleep 1. You don't have to do anything. Actually, that probably saves us a ton on power because I don't have to be... I only have to check the time if the sensor is 100, right? Okay, let's see if there's enough room to solve it from there. So now we need to know if we're in the dangerous time window. X3 is the current time. Setting out the accumulator, let's just send it to X1, I guess. But that's going to cause a write problem. That's X3 technically, isn't it? I guess I have the opportunity to do some logic up here instead of just having this pass something unnecessarily. But while it's really simple, I want to figure out so if I'm getting the information, I must do something with it. I have to put it somewhere. So I guess I can just do, I don't know, move X3 to act just so something happens. Okay. It's pretty expensive in that I'm having to check it every time step, but it doesn't cause an immediate issue. And then I wish there's a way for me to like not have that be so fucking expensive. Maybe there is and I haven't encountered it yet, but Alright, so if it's equal to 100, that's when we have to start doing... Let me think if I can put operations here that are helpful, because I guess the problem is if I put operations here, I don't have access to those operations with this tool, because only this module has access to these values, so that might not be possible, sadly. Maybe you could do something really fancy where you like use a bridge to send this guy over here somehow. Put it in this X input and use that to get a piece of information to try to squeeze out some extra lines. I'm going to try to just do it with the lines that I have and see if lines are a problem, and then I'll move on. So think about this. The thing that's going to get me is they're trying to bait me into just using greater than or less than for on time and off time, but then I'm going to get screwed by the fact that the time drops off to 0. So I need to be able to state the arm window. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Ben just jumped on it, but if it happens again, please speak up. How can I state the relationship between the on and the off time, given that it rolls over to 0 and that's complicated? Maybe I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be, but it has to be a number between 93, like greater than 93, but less than 38, sort of, right? I guess if we just say greater than 93, less than 38, that's going to cause problems, so we can't just do that. It's between x0. I guess it's interesting that these devices aren't causing these guys don't need to be read constantly. They've got like some special feature where I don't need to worry about doing like a sleep command for them. It's only if I have one of these modules that I have to worry about that. Let's see if let me just go ahead and do the alarm here. So move. Let's confirm that in fact turns on the alarm. Comment this out, right? Okay. And the sensor reads at or above a value of 20. So I guess the sensor being a value of 20 is actually Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding when I first wrote this. So P0 is our sensor. So if it's so we only care about this when this is above 20. We have to actually have things in place. So I think I'm considering that I have to like think about this in terms of figuring out the arming time in between 93 and 38, but maybe there's a much easier way to do this that I'm not considering. I guess we can pull the current time, so we do t greater than, and we're looking at, is this x3? Oh, this is, I guess it's in the accumulator. I can look at x3 eventually. We did 0. It's not strictly true, though. Unless if we say... Maybe this is where we use compare instead of greater than. But I don't think that's right either. How did compare work again? Do you think we need to use compare here? Oh, maybe not. Greater than B, enabled, disabled. Not greater than B, it's enabled. Let me just go ahead and do this, and I know it's going to be wrong for a later test case. I think I'm getting ahead of myself trying to think about it wrapping around to 0. Maybe this is more doable than I think it is. Benedict. Need to ask Andrea to feed him. He's being a bad kitty. Let's do jump. Else. So X1 is the off time. Let's keep this greater than, even if I'd have to mess around with my... Let's make this one it's N great versus off great, I guess. Let's try to minimize... No... First is on. Let's just do, let's call this on. Save some space here. Space is pretty mean. Okay. I'll have to remember that that's what that means. So... greater than 93, or 94 or 95. It can't be 96, 97, 98, 99, so I can essentially throw all of that out, right? It doesn't really matter. So I just need to do an operation on the on time and the off time separately to be able to tell if we're on or not. And I think I can do that without having to directly compare them to do like a between check. I think that's doable. So let me think about it though. So if we're greater than the on time, then we are armed for sure. If we're less than the on time, we're not necessarily not armed. I guess we have to go look at off to be able to tell the difference. But if we're greater than on time, we're definitely armed. I guess we just have to do the matrix, right? So I got a text file over here. Greater than on, guaranteed to be armed. Less than on, maybe armed, but not guaranteed. Greater than off, guaranteed to not be armed. I think that's true, right? If off time is 0, any value above 0 should be off. But I guess if it's 95, then 0 would still be off. So no, that doesn't work. Do I have the opposite relationship that if it's less than off, guaranteed to not be armed? I'm guaranteed to be armed. Okay, so if it's 95 or the off time, anything less than... No, that doesn't work. Fuck, I can't use that. How do I do this? Resetting to 0 is really fucking mean. There's probably a math relationship between the two numbers that I can represent in like a single line of code that gets at the answer. This is hard. Let me kill what I've already written because I have to like structurally think of a different way to solve this. Can I do a math operation on the on time and the off time and I'll like always get a positive or a negative number perhaps? So like 93 minus 38. Does that tell me something? If it was instead 0 minus 38, what does it mean if it's a negative number? Does that mean anything? I guess it can orient me. This is really hard. I bet there's a really simple solution to it and I'm like way overthinking it, but I don't think I can use the DGT and DST commands to accomplish anything useful here. Set the digit of ACK specified by the first operand to the value of the second operand. Change one of the values. I guess I could try to transform the on time and off time into values that are more useful to me to tell if it's supposed to be armed or not. But let me think about that. But the fact that it wraps around is so goddamn confusing. I feel bad for anyone that has to work with time like this. I feel like what I need to do, I need to like open up Excel and solve the version of this problem in Excel, because I've had to do this in Excel before. It might be dependent on powerful functions in Excel that solve it for me, right, though, like date greater than kind of comparisons that I would have to do manually here. See, I don't think booting it up in Excel is going to get me the answer. Unfortunately, I kind of just have to stare at the screen and think a lot here, so I'll try to let you know where my brain is going. I guess what I could do is I could cheese it. I could solve it for I wish it showed me all the test cases. Or maybe the test cases should randomize or something, but I could solve it for this first test case because I could do that, and then when it fails verification, I can see what the next test case it fails on is, and then try to like brute force fix that. But that's not best practice, right? So there's some kind of relationship between on time and off time. I'm staring at the screen and thinking it's a major chunk of the game. Yeah. I feel like this game would really benefit from Baba Is You / the Witness style puzzle design. I always talk about it in Baba levels where they'll like give you a level that's pretty hard, and they'll give you a variant of the level that's almost exactly the same, but they changed one thing, and that one thing makes it like crazy more complicated. I would love to see Shenzhen IO do that, where like there's a version of this where the time mechanic is like solved for you or something, and then they introduce this twist of, well, now you have to count for the fact that the clock wraps around, right? And I think that would be true for all the previous puzzles. Like, give me a slightly simpler version of it with one thing solved for me, and then make it a little bit more complicated. I think that's a much better at like honing in on the lesson that they're trying to teach me. Okay, so if I just think about regular time, if I'm trying to set an arm time and a disarm time, whether or not it starts at 1 and ends at 95, who cares? What if it was just like the usual 24-hour clock, 0 and something else? If I said start at 12:01 a.m., arm at 12:01 a.m., and disarm at 11:59 p.m., then it's armed all day and it's only disarmed for a minute. If I said arm at 12:01 a.m. and disarm at 12 o'clock a.m., it's the same problem. Can I perform a math operation on the arm time and the disarm time that gets me a interval for how long it's armed for, and then use that interval, reapply that to the original arm time to figure out whether or not it's armed or not? That seems like that's doing an unnecessary amount of math that could be canceled out. I'm about 10 minutes away from asking for a hint on this one, so if you guys want to start talking and hide about a way to give me a hint that doesn't just give me the answer, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to keep trying to figure it out for myself, but I don't want the stream to me just be staring here with nothing to say. What I need to be able to do is... Hey, Ben. Ben, don't stand on the keyboard. Thank you. I guess it was kind of them to make the initial time settings require you to go over the threshold so that you are forced to think about it right away. Because they could have made the on time like 2 and the off time like 15, and they're like, oh, this is easy to solve, right? Maybe I can do a comparison. Maybe I can do something that checks to see if we cross over the 0. How do I know if that happened or not? I guess I can just use the interval 95 in there. I could add 95 to every off time value. Does that solve the problem for me? It might. Let me think about that more. So if I simply add 95 to 38, it's 133. Let me see if this breaks down for some comparison. So if I added 95 to, is it 0 is where it starts? I think I had to read it here, DT 42415. 0 to 95, okay. So if it were 0 and I added 95, that would give me 95. If it were 95 and I added 95, that would give me 190. So then I have values between 95 and 190. And then I can actually perform useful operations. So that might be the answer, but does that make it too difficult for me to keep track of? So if I add 95 to both sides of the equation, that doesn't help me, but maybe it helps me when I'm thinking about it, when I'm coding, even if it's very stupid. Okay, let's just do something here. So if t greater than this is x0 is greater than, oh, I guess I'd have to store them to do that, which is kind of annoying. So I can't do inline arithmetic, unfortunately. Let's do. But I can't easily do arithmetic on the dat field, right? I mean, I can do arithmetic on the dat field, but it's like annoying because I have to do arithmetic on the accumulator field first and then move it from the accumulator to the dat field. So it would be like minimum like 3 lines. Let me abandon this 95 idea. Time is, let me reread the notes here. Time is a simple input connected to a clock providing the current time. Sensor is a simple input providing an infrared sensor. Alarm is a simple output connected to a sound alarm. The current time equals the on time, the device should be armed. When the current time equals the off time, the device should be disarmed. Whenever the device is armed and the sensor reads at or above a value of 20, the alarm output should be active. This is really hard. I feel like I should be using this guy to do something, but our X bus, is that two ways technically? Can I send information from here through X3 into this one's X1, or does it only go one way? So I guess I could send... I could send timing information over here. If I can then send it back over X1, but I don't know if... So far, it seems like they're input-output agnostic, right? I should be able to send and receive over these buses. What if, instead of this guy being that guy, can go both ways? Okay. So maybe I can already do this then. Because I think I can send the on time and the off time here? Let's see. Send two values over, is that problematic? As long as there's a receive value. No, that's going to get confusing. Okay. Benedict. Let's not do that. I think that's too weird. Ben. He's being real bad, sorry. Let me try replacing this guy with a big boy, and then rethinking the layout of everything else. What if instead I do the time operation over here and then pass along get out of here. Fortunately, that means I'm sending multiple things out of this guy, which isn't very good, but do need the sensor to connect, and we do need the alarm to connect. Sorry, I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. Okay. X3, 0. All right, so I think I can maybe figure it out from here. And then I'm going to ask for help in another 5 minutes or so if this is a dead end. So this guy now has access via X0 to the on time and via X1 to the off time. So instead of trying to compare them, since this thing is just running constantly and constantly picking up values from P0, it can just check if it's on and then set the accumulator to 1 or 0 based on whether it's on or off, right? That's kind of my thought. I guess that means I don't want to send P0 to X3. I only need to send whether it's armed or not. This guy doesn't need the clock, so I think I over-designed this. So let's kill this. Let's make this X0. Yeah, me just trying to make everything connect there was completely unnecessary, but that's okay. That's how we learn. We don't actually want to move P0 to X2. We want to first just check to see... Okay, so... just do... Is it... I guess the problem is, does it start armed is part of the problem? It doesn't. But maybe that's okay, because as the test cases progress, time is just going to continue to advance forward, so it doesn't matter if we are able to account for a variety of starting states. So we do t equals, and we do x0 P0, X0. When that's true, we set dat equal to 1. Okay. Otherwise, we sleep. We eventually need to shut it off, right? That's P0, X0. That's X1 this time, right? Is it that simple? It would be really funny if that's good enough. Let me run it really quick and see what happens. Done read. I need to send the dat off of X2, so... Okay. I think that works. That's fucking nuts. It shuts off at 38, so that's where it shuts off, is like right there. And... that's where it turns on. That's so goofy. Okay, cool. All right, so if P0 is 20 Then we go to the end and just sleep. It needs to be greater than 20, right? At or above a value of 20, so 19. Else TGT AC, or I guess it's just equals to TEQ AC equals 1. If it is 1, then we want to do, we have to send power to the alarm, right? Yeah. Don't think I need the jump end. I think that's unnecessary, but see what happens if I run it here. I need to be able to turn it back off, I guess, is the problem. Okay. It still goes to sleep 1, so let me figure out where this is failing. I think I'm really close. Alright, so the alarm is on, but now we want it to shut back off because of the sensor changing. The alarm's still on when that happens. I see. So we want to have the alarm shutting off. I guess I can just put, I think I can put this on here safely because I think it doesn't actually report the value until, let's see. Beautiful. See if it works as we progress through test cases. This game is really good. I like it a lot. I know it's painful, but okay. Pretty good power usage and lines of code. I guess I could have gotten the production cost down. Maybe I could have used the small one all along instead of the big one. Okay, I need to leave a metric fuck ton of notes for future Marstead, or this is going to be a disaster when we play it again. So I'm going to continue editing this one and try to explain as much as I can. So, future Marstead, Jesus Christ. This mission was pretty hard. So under information, you had a bunch of stuff. You needed to set it up so that if a infrared sensor was activated after a certain time, you needed to send a signal to an alarm to fire it off. So I'm going to try to talk you through the code here, and maybe that will be enough for you to carry over to the next mission. So what this is doing, if you look in the manual, there's a really important page on the manual at the very top that you want to have on another monitor that just summarizes all the different instructions. These are all the basic things you can do. No op means nothing happens. Move sets a value from one thing to another thing. So you choose what you want to set, and then you set the target of what you're changing it to. So here you would use move 1 to dat would set this dat field to 1. I wish move was called set, but whatever. Jump jumps to a label. Labels are demarcated with a colon. Sleep is required for anything to happen. Time steps only advance with sleep actions. So you need to sleep, at least do a sleep 1, otherwise everything gets stuck. And then SLX is kind of complicated, but it's a way to tell an X output to wait for an input, to just sleep indefinitely until it gets an input from one of the X lines, which wasn't necessary on this puzzle. I feel like you had a level that you felt like you needed to use X bus and you didn't. And since then, all of the XBus missions give you like a fancy custom output device that doesn't really care about sleeping for X inputs. The test instructions are kind of confusing. These are the closest thing you're going to get to an if statement. So this tests whether the two values are equal. If it is equal, so like we did one here, if it's equal, then you can use plus to say process these instructions. If it was equal, minus to mean the opposite of that, right? You can also do greater than or less than, and compared to. There are going to be use cases where you need to use... They're not degenerate with each other, basically. I guess greater than and less than are degenerate with each other, but compare is non-degenerate because it has 3 possible states. And you'll notice that the equal to state for this one is different than the equal to state for greater than and less than. So maybe think about that. That's where most of the game logic occurs, though, is in those test statements and then plus and minus. The thing that's really hard that took me all of this stream to get my head around is this idea that, like, it's not tracking your if statements separately. You can't really do traditional nested if statements because it's only able to store the most recent test as a single variable. You don't even get a second variable to store those things. And that's really complicated for me to wrap my head around. The way you can get around it to do more complicated if statements is to use multiple jump statements. So you can make multiple labels, jump to them to get out of an if statement early, essentially, to keep it from running all of the instructions beneath it. You didn't really need the jump statement here. It probably makes more sense if I go back one thing, because you definitely needed it at one of these guys. I guess we didn't on that one. Maybe on this one. Yeah, so like here having jump -2, jump +1 was really helpful to get out of the if statement. Since it could only process the most recent one. So hopefully that makes sense to you as future Marstead. Hopefully when we play this in months, whenever it gets enough sub-block hours to play it again, what I'm saying makes any sense. It makes sense to me now. It might not make sense to you in the future. Good luck with that. Just remember, maybe ask chat to help explain to you the fact that you can only store one test result at a time and how that makes things crazy complicated. The only other thing to mention really is that whenever you are doing a device that has X inputs, does this one have one? There needs to be some kind of syncing happening here. Like whenever this sleeps, this needs to sleep for the same amount of steps. Otherwise, you're going to get a read-write error. Basically, whenever you send something out over the X bus, you have to intercept it with a read. So if you send a write action out this way, this one has to read it. And if there's a mismatch, it locks up because it doesn't reach a sleep state appropriately. So you can use SLX to just kind of wait until it gets an input, but that doesn't necessarily solve your sync problem in every case. So far, all of the devices you've built, you can either just do an SLX sleep action at the beginning and that solves the problem, or they give you some kind of special device like this guy, where for whatever reason, this on-time, off-time uses X input, or it uses the X bus, but it doesn't cause any problems with read-write. So maybe ask chat for help on that one. Next time, I would say in advance, instruct chat that if you are completely on the wrong track, if you're using completely the wrong chips to solve the puzzle and doing so is going to trap you for a long time, advise them to just don't worry about talking and hide. Just warn you like, hey, this is you're on the wrong track. Back it up, because it is essentially extremely expensive on time. You can be stuck on a puzzle. I was stuck on one. It probably took me like 2 hours because I had selected the wrong chips for it. And if I had known that, it would have saved me a ton of time. But I guess I learned a ton of lessons from that one. So maybe it's not all bad. The other thing to mention is that you would think, a couple things, you would think that the initial placement of the given chips is trying to tell you something about how you should draw the circuitry. You would think that the size of the device is telling you something about how to draw the circuitry. That's not the case at all. It was in like the first 2 devices, but you had a device, this one, was it this guy? Where you barely needed any of this space, right? You could have done this with a third of the space that was provided to you, so don't freak out about that. This one, if you want to go back and watch the VOD, is probably a good one to study to try to understand what kind of tests are going to be asked of you and whether you need all the information or not. You had to make this like sign that animates for this guy. This makes a lot of sense to me now at the end of stream. It might not make sense to you in months, but maybe go back and watch building this one, and that should be enough for you to understand everything else, I would hope. I do really like Shenzhen IO. Thank you, everyone, for dealing with me going very slowly here. Hopefully I'll get better at this game with time. I've already learned a lot even just from this episode. My only real critique is that I wish there was an I'm an idiot mode that I could turn on that made the game slightly more tutorialized, and also that some of these puzzles had an easy initial version and then a slight twist to them, like Baba, as you were the witness, that made it like exponentially harder, but that the slight twist was able to teach me a lesson. I think that they're requiring you to make a lot of leaps whenever you go to a new puzzle, and I wish it was a little bit more gradual in terms of the difficulty curve, because it's pretty spiky. But other than that, I think the puzzle design is really smart, and it's really, really satisfying to finally win one of these when they're quite difficult. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for bearing with me.